Here we go. How's everyone doing today? Audio coming through fine. Okay. I moved the microphone over to the correct side. Red Panda, Toxent, how's it going? Okay, Twitch is up. Everything looks good. Okay. Was the anniversary event always set to end tomorrow? Yeah, I believe so. So, the scope of this stream has expanded a little bit. I'm going to be streaming through and doing a live reaction to the Cryptic stream here in roughly 2 hours, where they're going to be introducing the next community manager and also giving us our first tease of the 16th anniversary bundle. So I'm going to update the title here. Testing and live reacting to 16th bundle teaser. Ian, yep, a lot of people tuning in. Dom, Muds, Warfy, Trouble, Jay, Annabelle, Kaz, Deathboy, how's it going? And don't worry, I've had a big enough cup of coffee. In fact, it's empty now. I woke up nice and early. For once, I woke up early enough that I actually caught Nick before he went to bed. So I was up at like 6 this morning. This should be good, yeah. Okay, so this event has multiple options for your daily progression. We've got Defense of Starbase 1, To Hell with Honor, Battle of the Binary Stars, Remain Klingon, Operation Repost, however you want to pronounce it, and then Best Served Cold. So before I buy this out, I am going to play the event once. I'm going to do a To Hell with Honor. Again, this event will be arriving over on console in early May. Weaponize, thank you for the sub. Greatly appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys have if you have Amazon Prime, they give you a free Twitch Prime sub that you can give out each month. And yeah, if you have that and you haven't used it, I greatly appreciate it. Did I read the patch notes? I am very well aware of the patch notes. I am very, very well aware of the patch notes, yes. Overall, the patch notes are addressing some long-standing performance-related bugs. And in fact, there's actually a buff in there for the Dauntless 2's trait. So this is Vanguard Shields shaping. Yeah, Vanguard Shield shaping here. So prior to this patch, this gave 20% bonus all damage with torpedo weapons, but they've expanded it to also include exotics, and it now has a max of 4 stacks. So with that patch today, which addressed the issue with that trait being able to stack up infinitely when you use like feedback and other exotic abilities with it, they've went in and buffed it quite substantially. So the Vanguard shield shaping off the Dauntless 2 just all of a sudden is now like a top tier exotic trait. Like out of nowhere, the Dauntless 2's value has just blown up for a few different playstyles. Glad to be finally getting news about the bundle. Yeah, I look forward to the announcements. You won't be ignored about your Klingon Torps. I'll be testing. I'll be shooting these Torps, don't you worry. But I'm gonna get a day of progression done first to reduce the cost of the buyout. Gotta figure out what happened to my sub. Google canceled it. Cypher, how's it going? Okay, I'm gonna break off, go over to one of the other things here. This is on normal difficulty, so like a fire at will build that you've got that's like able to go through this pretty fast is gonna be pretty good. If you're looking for something static, then Defense of Starbase 1, you guys all know how that is. Yeah, it's normal difficulty, so this is like with a really fast speed build running like Fall, you can get through this incredibly fast. Yeah, I mean, things just die on this difficulty. Okay, Delta's all that's left. It'll be dead. I'm gonna go for the Lucara here. Like, it's normal difficulty. That's how these events always are, is they're on normal difficulty so that they're accessible to everyone. Wasted no time, yes. I got a message from Game Freaks. Oh no. Game Freaks, if you're listening, I have no idea, man. Oh, Lachi. Okay, Lachi are clear. Let's go over to the next area. Is the Dauntless 2? It's lockbox. I believe, yeah. It's in. I'm pretty sure it's Infinity lockbox, yeah. Because it was the Lamar that was promo. What console or ability makes those red crystals drop? It is the Tholian Nucleating Warp Core, which is part of the Tholian set that you can buy. I think it's the Crystal Harmonic set in the Mud Store, which that sale might still be active right now. Yeah, for a couple more hours. 3 hours. Yeah. So that's like the top deep core right now is the Tholian one. Also, there's a Singularity Port version also for the Romney players here. Yeah, that, and then the Kittimer Shield, which again is still bugged in the Mud Store. It doesn't have all the mods. They're looking into it, and we'll hopefully have that fixed. This is really fast. I might just do this for my daily, like get a fob build in here. This would be just crazy. I mean, that was like 3 minutes. So like 3 minutes to get that done. Okay, let's grab fleet marks. That's 1 day of event campaign progress. Let's get out of the map. You're currently jellying Starbase 1. That's probably what I'll do most days. I want to try to spread the bonus to lithium across other characters, because I'm at like 800k on the backlog for casual, so if I can, you know, just get some lithium going on some other characters, that'd be great. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to buy the event out now, because I've got a day of discount here. And again, as soon as I do this, I can claim it, and I can go in and play it again. So before I look at the weapons, I'm going to go over to a different character and get that bonus to lithium going right now. It's just on the map. Be nice. Are Withering Disruptors any good? I mean, they're not really anything special. Yeah, the server's up. I've already got the event bought out. I'm going to do one more run quick, and then I'm going to test the weapons. I'm going to get my bonus to lithium going right away. I'm going to swap characters, and Warp Core, I am not the new community manager. I know you keep saying that. People keep saying that. I am not, though. Okay, I'm going to do another to Health Honor because that was really fast, and this is a fast fire at will build, so this should be pretty good. I see a Bridger right here in a Defiant. What do I use for survival if not using the Disco 2-piece? The Valdor console can help. The beta healed off if you've got that on from the Delta pack. Yeah, that Warp Core came from a past event, but it is also in Muds, yes, if you don't have it. Is there anything new on console? Not that I can recall, because you guys are just like a week into your anniversary event. So the order of events for console will be a little bit different than PC, because as soon as this event finishes in 3 weeks on PC, console players will be just about wrapping up their anniversary event. So both platforms should be getting the first Contact Day event at the same time. Warp Core, that's what they want you to believe. Yeah, there is a bundle sale on console. You know, if there's any bundles you want, then, you know, go for it. But, you know, we're about to get some information about the 16th anniversary bundle here on the Cryptic stream in a couple hours. So maybe just wait to see what's said there. You can spend 3 billion EC on locked boxes and not get anything. Opening locked boxes is a losing proposition, just like going to a casino. The house always wins. If you have a ship that you want, you need to just directly sell the keys and buy, you know, buy what it is that you want. Weapons fire? Weapons? My command wasn't working there to fire weapons. Okay, that one's done. Why am I going a little bit slow here? Okay, something shut my OSS shut my weapons off. Okay, that's done. Now we're waiting for Delta. Now Lutara. Now back over here. Are the Alachi out yet? No, we gotta wait for the Alachi. Again, it's on normal difficulty, so everything, like if you have a high-end build, this is just super fast. These pilot maneuvers can be good and bad sometimes. Shiner, how's it going? Spin in circles, take everything out. What is that weird vortex that was in front and around the ship? This is the starship trait off of the Nova 1. And there we go. I've got another day of progress done, my first day of bonus to lithium, and another 50 event campaign progress. So I am now at what on the event campaign? 2552. Okay, let's go test the weapons. Shiner, thank you for the ultra casual membership. Much appreciate that. Yeah, it was one of the other champions people that was on like a stream or two back. Are the bridge officers and duty officers any good in the Delta Rising Operations pack? So the bridge officers from that pack are different per faction. If you're Romulan, the TAC and engineer from that are really quite good. The TAC has superior infiltrator and superior Romulan operative. That's the only bridge officer in the game with that combo. And then the engineer has superior subterfuge and superior Romulan operative, which you can get with an elite bridge officer upgrade nowadays on a normal SRO on a Romulan. So that's good. And then DOF wise, the beta heal DOF is really good. Live reacting. So on the Cryptic stream that is dropping in about 2 hours, they're going to be doing a teaser. So let me pull that up here just to show that. I looked over at Twitter earlier, and right here you can see it. Is it Tuesday yet? Join our live stream on Twitch at 11 a.m. Pacific time today for our first little peek at the new anniversary bundle and to say hi to our new community manager. Can I test the weapons on their own to see if they have unique visuals? Yes, I can do that. Let me respond to these emails quick. These messages, I mean. Subscribe on mobile issue? Okay. Shiner, I'm glad it worked out. Thank you, thank you. Yep, we're going to go into a Doomsday. So let me swap ships here just to something with a bit more visibility. And we're going to take a look at the visuals of the weapons first. Okay. I'm going to swap over to... I think I was using the Arc Rail when I did the visuals the other day. Yeah, Ed, I showed the tooltip already. Warp Core, that's why you're streaming so early today, Spencer, so you can get your own stream done and still have time to host the Cryptic stream? Jeez. Warp Core, you are relentless. Going to be a marathon stream day for you, though. Hope you have coffee. I've already finished a cup. Japori Patrol. Well, I was just gonna go over to Doomsday. So I'm going to events, reclaim, space equipment. Like that visual, max of 1 per character. Okay. Let me clear these weapons off here. Yeah, with the Arc Royal, I can get testing done also with, like, surgical strikes. Yeah, surgical strikes there. And I'll put a rapid fire on as well. Just waiting for the new CM to be Kale with the goatee and a bad mustache. The jammers. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate it. Do I know when the 16th is dropping on PC or no info until later today? Until Cryptic says things I can't really say, Scuba. I don't know. Well, we'll find out together here when the Cryptic stream happens in about 1 hour, 50 minutes. Okay, let's go and normal difficulty. I'm going to have to drop this mission Doomsday. Where is it? Doomsday device, drop. I'll do performance testing on the main character, but just to get the visuals, I'm going over to the Doomsday mission here on this character. Brad? Motivation, I'm just getting to the visuals of the weapons, and then we'll go over the, like, performance. In fact, I just did Days of Doom. The Ruin of our... the Hell with Honor. Yeah. Let's actually just put weapons back on, just so I can clear out the starting group, and then I can put the actual weapons on. Please be green. Okay, I'm clearing out the enemies here with my plasma setup, and then I'll go out to combat, take the plasma stuff off, put the disruptors on. Yeah, motivation, that is certainly a good tip. If you have the Connie 3, you can speed up the evacuation ships by using the console, like, in a line in front of them for them to follow. Yeah, guys, remember, I'm going to clear out the enemies first with the plasma setup, and then I will go out of combat and equip the disruptors. Liam, how's it going? Dave? English, do I speak it? No. Do I look like I know how to pronounce anything, Ed? Day of the Ruin of Honor? Yeah. Here, let me just, clarify my capabilities with the English language. Sagan. I just got some guaranteed engagement right there. Cody, how's it going? Again, I'm using plasma weapons right this very second, so please do not go crazy when you see plasma weapons firing here. I'm using plasma just to clear out the starting group. These are not the disruptors. This is plasma. Okay. Let's get the pets back in. People in chat already be trolling. Okay. Executor. Again, I will go in, upgrade these also on a different character. Okay, what do we want to see the visual of first? The Torp beamer cannon. Xerox? Torps first? Okay, Torp first. Let's get a Torp spread loaded and a high yield on the build. Do I really not have a high yield there? Do I have a high yield here? Okay. Okay, Torps are up first. Let me get in position. Let's also get a demo record started. Demo record, Executor, weapon, 001. Okay. Here goes a Torp spread 3 with the new Torpedo. They're green! They're green! I was hoping for red. Do it to hell with honor. Here is high yield. We'll do another Torp spread here. That's disappointing. I was hoping for red. I was hoping for red there. It's personal preference, but yeah, I would like to have seen that. Okay, also, I saw Darthun, you said transport warhead. I don't know if I have that trained, to be honest. Yeah, I don't have transport warhead on. Okay, next up, let's do the beam. So let me get beam overload and fall on here as well, and I'm also going to put on surgical strikes 3. So let's... What is doing that annoying sound? Hold on, I gotta take off... There we go. Here is the beam with no buff on it. Here is beam overload. Autism, how's it going? Okay. Here is fire at will. Yeah. Isn't that a similar color to Ferengi beams? It's been a while. It might be. Bit too normal, to be honest. Here is surgical strikes. Okay, next up is going to be the cannon. So I'll get rapid fire and a CSV on here. Here's the cannon without any buff. Yeah, it looks to me like normal Disruptor. Is this my go-to ship then? I just find when doing weapons testing like this, the Arc Rail just has a lot of room on the layout for me to get, you know, the important firing modes on, and it's a Fed ship, so people like Fed visuals. I think it is the default. Here is rapid fire. The movie ones. This is Cannon Scatter Volley, of course. Unfortunately, I don't have a normal Disruptor on me to do that sort of comparison. I can craft one quick, though, but let's get the surgical strikes done quick. Yeah, let me just craft a Disruptor DHC and a Disruptor dual beam bank. So let's go here. Okay, where's that Mark II at? Disruptor dual beam bank. Okay, so here's the visual of this dual beam bank versus just a normal Disruptor. This is the new one. And the original. So it looks like it's the original visuals. Let me fire both together. Yeah. So it's the OG Disruptor visuals. And let's verify that for the cannon as well. So cannon, yes, you can find, and where's the... There it is. Okay, here's the new cannon. Yeah, I mean, they look identical to me. There's radius, green radius. Oh, the effect when they hit is different. Yeah, I see that like electrical shock effect there compared to the normal. I mean, I guess that's sort of there. It's just not as pronounced. Yeah, I mean, to me, they look the same. Yeah, it could be the proc. Noskin Disruptor. I don't know if I have that on this. What mission is this? This is Doomsday. It is one of the very early Federation missions. It's like the only way we have like to do like testing against static targets right now. David, how's it going? Sam? Yeah, let's go over. I might have the torpedo, the Noskin Torp on SOB. So let me find that here. I can't go into Doomsday, but I can just take that into a patrol quick and show. I don't have every last mission reward on every character. It may surprise you to learn I haven't played through the entire story arc on every single one of my characters. There's a few, just a few characters, you know? Okay, so let's get both of these torps on. Where's the new one? Okay, let's go into just a Jupiter Gauntlet. I'll load a torp spread on. Literally unwatchable. Counter command rep photon is green too. Biomolecular, oh. The new disruptor is from the new event campaign event on PC. Console will be getting it in early May. Any nerfs incoming? Oh, always, Zaku. I just showed the visuals for all of the weapons. I'm gonna show the Torp off against the Noskin Torp here next. But yeah, the dual beam bank and the dual heavy cannon looked out of the just normal stock disruptor visual. Okay, let's turn auto fire off on everything. Here's a Torp spread with the Noskin Torp. And I'll do another Torp spread here in a moment with the other. This is the new Torp. It's a different tint of green. Yeah, they're different shades of green. Yes, there are photon isomags. They're not good though. Totally biomolecular. I'll take a look here. St. Patty's Day green. Looks similar to the Lucari Rep Photon Torp. I'll have to leave this. Hold on. Orange chicken torpedo. Look, I don't want to shoot the orange chicken out of the ship, okay? Okay, so I've got enhanced biomolecular and the Lucari. Let's do color comparisons there. I will go back into that patrol. Just checking a message quick, 1 second. You want a red shirt torpedo with voiceover when shot?
Now. Enemy ships warping in near projection station Alpha. We have multiple hull breaches and art.
Containment breach. Evacuating all personnel.
Hull is buckling. The Picard is dead
Okay,
in
let's
space.
grab all them together here. Of course, they put a net out then. Okay, let's do... This is enhanced biomolecular. The new one. And then Lucari. So it's closer... It's very close to Lucari. It's a different shade than EBM. The enhanced biomolecular is darker. But yeah, this looks very similar to Lucari. Yeah, very, very similar. Slight, maybe a smidge lighter. I'll shoot these next to each other. Yeah, pretty close. So the closest is Lucari. Is the new event finishing on April 8th on PC? It's somewhere around there, yeah. So, like 3 weeks from now. Ends April 7th, so we'll probably be getting, like, the, why am I blanking on the name? But as your artwork is total... I'm completely blanking on the name. First Contact Day. Yeah, we'll probably get First Contact Day on the 7th there. Greetings, Low Deep, Supreme Cryptic Shield CM Extraordinaire. Logical, how's it going? I'm still sad. He out-deeped me this morning. I pulled out the Anorax, and Logical here out-deeped me on an engineer of all things. It's payback for what I did to Nicholas. Okay, I'm going to leave this here. I'm going to go back over to Casual, going to get these weapons upgraded, and actually go and test them. Yeah, shame it's not red, yeah. Yeah, but the dual heavy cannon and the dual beam bank do appear to have just the normal stock visual. Actually, I think I've got my upgrades on not Casual here, so let me just make sure. Yeah, I need to just drop that ultimate back in. Don't shoot the chicken, eat the chicken. The priority for me right now is going to be to test the dual heavy cannon to see how it does against the Spire Wave that I've traditionally been running. So that's going to be my immediate priority. Okay, let's go back over to Casual. I know. We've had that plenty of times, Fred. Back to ground. Sillery, I mean, we're getting a teaser here in about 90 minutes. I'm apparently loading into a brand new instance of new ROM. Bridger. Captain John, appreciate the membership. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I did not get a notification of that. What the hell? It didn't... Bridger, I'm so sorry. I just am now seeing that. Bridger, thank you for the 50. It did not pop up with a notification on my chat window. Good thing I looked up. Damn, Bridger, thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Lower Canada. Glad dealt. Bridger with the 50 gifted memberships. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I got this multi-chat up, and of course it immediately just goes by my game there. Okay, apparently I can't resize the window right now. But I've got this multi-chat up. It told me about Captain John there doing the membership, but it didn't pop up with the gifted. I need to figure out what's going on with that, because I've missed that a couple times. Oh no. Casually ignored notifications. Yeah, I'm just glad I looked up. Okay, let's get these upgrades back over here. Looks like everything. How rude. Okay. Immediate priority is to get the dual cannon upgraded, and then I'll worry about the others later. So, ultimate tech upgrade. How can I reroll this? Good, I can reroll every modifier on it. Crit D or damage are the modifiers to go for. If you're a newer player, or if you're not on a high-end build, then go crit D, and then for the epic mod, crit D damage. But if you're at a high performance level, you're stacking a ton of damage buffs, then there's a slight advantage to going for damage. But really, any mix of crit D and damage is fine. But an accuracy mod there, that's not acceptable. No, no, no. We're going to be fixing that here real quick. Let's speed this up. Rare quality. This is the new Klingon gear, yes. I'm going to be looking at the tooltip here in just a moment. I'm just going to upgrade this weapon really quick. Got to get some salvage. Re-engineer it. 25% discount started for Klingon stuff. Yeah, it should have. Yeah, it's all the KDF stuff is on sale right now. 25% off. Man, the game is just screwing with me here. I'm getting my damage. Yeah, there's bundle sales on console also. Yeah, Jellyfish is going to be really popular for Starbase 1 with this event. People are not going to be happy about that, absolutely. Okay, up to space, and let's look at tooltips. Any mix of crit D and damage is fine. Damage is going to be a slight advantage if you're on a high-end build stacking a ton of damage buffs. Okay, so for me, before I slot this, let's just get the tooltips up here. Snipping tool, delay 3 seconds. Let's get the tooltips up. Next, the dual beam bank. I'll bring these up on screen. The only diminishing returns in this game are really with resistance. Your damage buffs, you can keep stacking them up, and you're going to continue to get damage buffs. There we go. So here is the photon. There you go. Okay, so for the torpedo, I don't have a normal Mark 12 photon in front of me, but that damage seems like it's probably in line with like a normal like crafted photon. So deals additional damage depending on the target's current hull, up to a 50% bonus damage at max hull. So, you know, if that's just scaling up to 1.5 times a normal photon, that's not going to be good. For the dual disruptor beam bank, for both of the energy weapons, the beam bank and the DHC, they have the same effect here. So if target is below 20% hull, it's got a 20% chance to instantly destroy weaker enemies, or a 20% chance to deal 2% max hull as damage to stronger enemies instead. So the 20% chance on those, especially like what I'm curious to see, is this like a per shot proc or per chance? Because if that's per shot, that could be, you know, pretty good. And as you can see here, there is an equip limit of 1 for each of these items. So yeah, just be aware of that limitation. Why is the torpedo proc inverse, Ed? My interpretation is that the goal here with this torpedo is that you're hitting the enemy with the torpedo first to knock them down, and then you're using the energy weapon to finish them off. You're looking for a KDF ship with nice DPS. The legendary Bortiscu is perfectly fine. Surprised there's no set bonus. I do wish that set bonuses were a bit more common nowadays. Like, it would be nice to see more sets. Darthon, I don't know if I have that on me, but I can go and grab it. If not, Terran. Oh, that's going to be difficult because any that I get are going to be Mark 13 Ultra Rare. Do I have enough upgrades? Oh no. What I need is support to get back to me and send me that ultimate upgrade. Oh no. Um. Well, chat, looks like I'm gonna be supporting the dilithium economy here. Just gonna grab some more Phoenix upgrades here quick. Yeah. Don't forget the boosters, I know. I've only got the tech boosters. It's fine. Plan on using your jellyfish in Starbase 1? Nice. There we go. I don't have it re-engineered, but at least I can compare it to like the prolonged Torp. To like the prolonged photon here, so... Where did that Torp just go? There it is. Oh, went up there. I was like, why can't I see it right now? So 7,400 on the tooltip for it versus... So it's doing less than my prolonged. I need to find just like a normal photon torp. I think I might actually have one in my account bank right now. Yeah, I know damage modifier. I need to re-engineer this. I just had the tooltips up on screen. I mean, I can bring these back up, and what I'll do is I'll let you guys look at them while in above I go just grab some more salvage. So there's the tooltips for all of the new weapons. So go ahead, take some pictures, do whatever you need to do there. I'm going to just re-roll this weapon in the meantime. Got a really lucky roll right off the bat. 4 damage at the same time. Now let's get crit D damage. Come on, game. I haven't tested in in combat yet. I haven't upgraded the dual beam bank yet. It's not a set, they're new weapons. Each with an equip limit of 1, and the visuals are basically just the stock Disruptor visuals. This entire time, each one of these times you're hearing that, I'm just trying to get the epic mod. Yeah, that's my plan, is to like do a live react to the Cryptic stream. Buy more salvage. Yeah, so I'll just continue to leave the tooltips up on screen while I get this re-engineered. I gotta buy more salvage. Any mix of crit D and damage is fine. Basically, if you're like a high-end, a high-performance player, then you want to go damage because you have enough damage buffs that you're going to get more out of that. But if you're like a beginner player, mid-range, you don't have like all the expensive lockbox stuff, just go crit D. I mean, realistically, any mix of the two is fine, but like if you're at that very high end, then damage does come out ahead. Logical. I am at like 15 rerolls on the SAM Epic modifier. Finally. I'm gonna get the dual beam bank upgraded while I'm here. I ran out of Phoenix upgrades. Shouldn't have said you got a lucky roll. The game knows to try to rebalance things. Oh no. Yeah. Okay, I think you guys have had the tooltip up on screen long enough. Let's bring this back. I didn't realize my camera was that cut off there. Account. I could have sworn I had a right there, damage 3 pen. Hell yeah. I knew I had a photon there. Okay, let's get up to space. Helpstar, thank you for the follow. Spencer Luck getting rebalanced in the patch like the Maelstrom's terrible. Okay. Let's look at the weapons here. So here's the new one, and yes, it is a green color like I showed. So 8239.5 versus prolonged at 10666, and so it just straight up is coming in at less damage than my other photons. Like even this crafted photon with the pen mod, that's 10707 versus this just in here at 8239. Which modifier for ground weapons? I honestly don't really pay much attention to that. Been binging the vids? Nice, glad to help. Lola Intel Destroyer is a nice ship, yeah. That's good. Is recharge time the same? 6 seconds, 9. So the crafted is 6 as well. The crafted here is 6 seconds, just like the Executor, but the prolonged is 9 seconds. So this is coming in behind a crafted photon right now, just at the base numbers, but that'll, hopefully scale up quite a bit better, like in combat. Is pen really that bad now? No, pen is perfectly fine. Yeah, there you go. Piper's got you covered for ground. Okay, first test is going to be with just a solo ISC for the dual cannon. I'm going to drop it in over the spiral wave that I have on. So, for those of you not familiar, rainbow setups following the addition of the Twinkling Lights trait from the winter event, which you can buy year-round. Like, rainbow setups are not only viable now, but they are currently the top performer. So, which is better? These are spiral wave. Well, Fred, you're limited to just one. You're limited to just one on a build, so that pretty much answers, you know, like if you're doing a full Disruptor build, you can only run one of these. Like you can only run one Terran. So I'm going to go in here, see what the proc does. Let me get the parser up on screen. Combat logs on. Let's get netgraph going. Okay. I'm going to do this solo queue. Just a quick ISC here, because that's just the base ground. Like, just where I go to test. I'll try the Torp out in like a patrol. One of these, then the Bream Polaron, the Terran Phaser, then Tetrion. Yeah. We do need a good Tetrion option. Absolutely.
The situation is grim.
Yeah, Tetrion right now is by far in the worst position.
The enemy has taken control. This is not acceptable. We must destroy the Borg fleet defending the starbase. Only then can we proceed with relief.
Okay. The situation is grim, I know. Is there a new Bird of Prey ship coming out? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, Thomas did, you know, say he wanted to get that one from, like, Lower Decks, and when I had him on stream, or on the interview, you know, a month or two back.
Scanning the nanite transfer. Gun. The nanite probe to repair the transmitters. Stop that.
A little bit late there. Okay, let's see what this did. Yeah, most newer consoles don't have auto execute. Was my keyboard going through the mic too much right there? I forgot when I moved the mic over that I've been trying to not have it right above the keyboard. Let me see here. Yeah, even in the parse, they just show up as normal dual disruptor DHCs. Let me find. Can I see the proc here? Let me check in CLA. Steven? This one could result in less DPS if the execution damage doesn't count like how Moopsie damage won't show. That's possible. Probably needs a bit more combat than just that one run. Yeah, I just don't see it at all on my parse so far. Well, it's just that was one run. Need to do more to try and get it to do its proc, because it didn't do anything in this run, it looks like. Okay. Yeah. Let's go into some more content. I mean, I could try it in a patrol also. Let's do it. I'll do a wanted quick. Simple solution, you just didn't proc the 20% chance the entire run? I mean, yeah, that's certainly possible. I'm gonna go into a wanted though. Just see what happens. I'm not saying that act. No, no, no. I'm just saying in the very first run I tried out the weapon, I didn't get a any of the proc on the parse. Question is the proc actually working? Yes. That is certainly a question.
You have entered an area control. Looks like
I spam the spacebar every now and then.
If their boss might come out of hiding. Keep concentrating fire on individual ships. Separate them and whittle down their numbers. We will not go quietly. You will stand down.
Dan, how's it going?
Surrender to the message guard. Sensors are picking up small habitations in some of the assets, possibly consistent with mole temporary hideout. We do what we want, where we want. Picked up a tight beam transmission on a new frequency. We're jamming that spectrum of their comms now, but it was probably a call for assistance. I'm taking you with me.
Yeah.
We'll send over a pacification party.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. Yeah. Okay. Just turn everything but the new DHC off so you don't insta-pop everything. Yeah. Yep. Well, let me look first, see if there's anything in the parse here. That was just agony. Yeah, okay. What I'm gonna do, I'm going into a normal, or an advanced on like a 9th rule. I'm gonna go 9th rule. Ninth rule with just the weapons on. So let me get the dual beam bank out. Where is that? There it is. So both of those can do their thing, and I will see if either of them, do it. So I will just drop the fall trade on to bring free fire. I'm gonna go into an advanced. Yeah, because I'm not gonna have enough damage with just the two weapons to keep killing the waves on elite. So just do advanced on the 9th rule. There's no set bonus, no. I am not the new community manager. I've seen a lot of people come in saying this, trolling.
Looks like there was a fight here recently. I'm not picking up any.
The Carter is ready to assist you.
Lead the way, and the Shurgat will follow.
I thought leave enough of their ships for salvage. I'll figure them out.
Reading the single Ferengi vessel, Marauder class. Safety close.
I think I'm still killing these guys too fast.
Well, there's good news and.
Deals changed.
Betrayed by the Nazis. Had to know that was coming, Modron.
Fully in warp core. Yeah.
The nerve of... No.
I feel like this is going to be a little bit difficult to properly test.
3 words. Gorn Championship.
The Barism is ready for action. And not a...
I have not seen any announcement of who the new CM is yet. We'll get that on the stream later. My Folian core is just annihilating these guys. I need to take my warp core off. Just do a Doomsday perpetually below 20%. Yeah, might need to just do that. Yeah, because right now I'm just killing them with their, like, warp core breaches and stuff. We'll look at the parse afterwards and see if this shows up at all. Why did I hit that? Why did I'm trying to test something. Why am I hitting a big number? I mean, it's doing fine. I'm just trying to see if I can get the proc to go and do its thing.
They're down to a few ships. Keep up the pressure.
My shield does too much damage. My warp core does too much damage. Did I get it? Did it actually go off? I think I got it to go off. Critical puncture? I don't recognize that, but that sounds appropriate for Executor. Let's go live. I need to, like, actually look at the combat log file. Okay, what was that? Critical puncture. Oh, so that went off a couple times in the test, actually. Interesting. So that's actually looking through Notepad here. Like, critical puncture is the name of the thing, and against the stuff in Doomsday, it looks like it did go off a fair bit. Yeah, but it's only went off once so far in normal gameplay. And it did register as damage from me, instantly taking out the enemy for the remaining HP. Mock, how's it going? What patrol is that? That was just 9th roll in advanced. Just spanned warp core to give the proc a chance. Yeah, so it does work. It's just I'm killing things too fast. So if I was to go back into Doomsday and just let this shoot the enemies for an extended amount of time, like I could see if it's per shot or per cycle, which I can do real quick. Will we ever get correct sounds for KDF Disruptor cannons? I mean, you can ask. Did I already test the Impersa? I've already got a review out for that ship. Yeah, I got that a week or two back. Found it was really, really quite fun. Really busted. The steak is too juicy and the lobster is too buttery? Yes. Suffering from success. In progress. I need to drop Doomsday here. Let's drop this and pick it back up. Yeah. Let's go back in here. Yeah, ninth rule, and rescue and search are both, yeah, quite good for the wave-based format that they have. And I still have to test the torpedo out in combat. I don't anticipate the torpedo will do too well, but you know, I'll give it a try. I'll just take in a CSV build with like a Torp spread and we'll see how it goes. Yeah, rescue and search and ninth rule are both good for all the loot, all the nice salvage that you can get from them. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, these enemies should all basically be dead at this point. Let me see. Can I get an angle where I can get 3 of them at the same time? Let me go a little bit higher here. Okay. What can I do to damage? That's fine. Okay, I'm going to use CSV here, and I could just let this go for a while. Let me make sure I've got Withering Barrage on. Yes, I do. I'm going to drop a duplicate cannon scatter volley on. And basically, I'm just going to chain these two back to back, and the goal here is just to see how much I can get this to proc over the course of like 2 minutes or something. So I'm going to just shoot the cannons here for 2 minutes, and we'll see how it goes. Everwind. Not feeding any haste into this, just going to let the weapon shoot, and I'll look at the number of times it procced afterwards. And this is how spreadsheets are made? Yes. This is the non-upgraded cannon, so the damage numbers on it are also lower. Don't focus too much on the damage numbers. You can see the visual proc, it's a little explosion. Yep, I saw it. That explosion effect right there, it looks like. I mean, it looks like it's going off quite a bit. Give this another 10 or so seconds. One more shot, and we'll end it. Okay, that's 2 minutes of combat time. Let's just see how much that went off. Refresh. doesn't actually show it at all. And life? How's it going? Was that just in Tropic Rider that was going off there, that little explosion? Let's pull this back up. Yes, reload. There was 12 before. How many are there now? It didn't go off a single time in that test I just did. It initially went off a bit, but it like, I don't have any more in here than I had before. Let's I'm gonna shoot this again just to see, you know, how long until I get a thing. But let me, can I turn entropic off in here? No, I can't. We're stuck with entropic. Okay. I do have the right cannon on, right? Yeah, the Klingon Executor, dual Disruptor. Okay. I think it's proccing, but doing 0 damage. Yeah, it might be just bugging out. Maybe because I do have their HP too low right now. I just did a 9th rule. Let's, this guy can heal up here. I took it into an infected, and it didn't proc a single time. I took it into Elite Wanted, it didn't go off a single time. Aren't these guys supposed to heal up, like, eventually? Isn't there some regen? Let's go over to this one over here. Yeah, the Entropic Rider is just nuking these guys. Yeah, I guess you just gotta try it in more regular content. Oh, gotcha, Talor. Yeah, Darth, I know. Does it work in PvP? I can start up a secondary account and find out. Yeah, the Klingon recruits, you know, with the event live on PC now, definitely go ahead and make a KDF recruit if you don't already have one. It is really beneficial for your endeavors. Yeah, I'll try a hive in a couple of minutes, but I want to just take this into a PvP quick and see what happens. I need to drop Entropic Rider off, so I'm going to get that done here quick. For my secondary specialization, let's just go Commando, and that's out of the way. So when you do the perk, the task over on the Klingon recruit, you get an account-wide 10% Endeavor XP bonus. Hope the alt is pretty tanky. What I'm gonna do here, it's not gonna let me, is it? I was gonna say just reclaim another that's like Mark 12 or like levelless still, but I can't do that. Okay, weapon power down. Entropic Rider's temporal specialization. I did hit the start button, but it's taken a while to load. Yeah, free account-wide Withering Barrage is enough reason for a Klingon recruit? Absolutely. My ult is on an engineer, and I thought engineers are, like, invulnerable to lore. It's what I've been hearing for ages. Okay, everything is out of weapon power as far as I can. Okay. It works against players. There, it just went off. So I think in Doomsday it was, yeah, because the targets were at 0%. Yeah, that was very much a proc right there. Critical puncture deals 99,630 disruptor damage. I was testing the Mountain Dew set. It's interesting. Oh, gotcha. I need to take this into more content. Really, the only way to see if this is going to be worth it is just to take it in and test. But before I do that, I do want to just do like a patrol quick with the torpedo on. Is that the same amount of damage as I did before? It does seem like a comparable amount, so... Critical puncture, 67,000 in those last ones. Yeah, it's... So on this account, looks like both hits have been the same. And it was slightly above the last. So this one was 99,630. The last one was 95,590, 3.9. I don't know of any fixes. I have never even like tried champions. I don't really know what to tell you there. Can I figure out real fast if it was the first shot that triggered it? Looks like it was the second shot, maybe. Or I guess that might have been the first shot there, yeah. That was the first shot in that salvo, it looks like. Yeah, because that was just shield and then the actual hull damage. Okay, so yeah, first shot did it. Have I ever tried the Noskin set and is it any good? I mean, when it first came out, I'd say it's like a fine budget option. It's a bit difficult for me to test because by the time I get things down to like 20%, they're dead. Can't rule out per cycle versus per shot. Yeah, this is just going to be a matter of like going in and spam testing this in a bunch of like patrols and stuff and TFOs. So let's get that cannon back on and let's do the torpedo as well. I'll drop that, and let's move Fa down, Beta, and let's do a Torp spread 3. Give this as good of a chance as it's going to get. Let me fix my tray now to compensate for that. I mean, the cannon's been fine. The proc, it's still a bit too early to say on the proc. But I'm going to leave this and go into more content. I'm going to take the Torp into... And I guess we could just do like a TFO. I am seeing messages. The torpedo just increases its damage based on the target's current hull capacity, but as I showed before, the number we're seeing here is lower than even like a crafted photon. So we will see how it does. I haven't really tested a normal photon in a long time. And it's hard with like some of these patrols because like Jupiter Gauntlet should be a good testing ground, but it's different enemies each time, so it makes it hard to do, you know, repeat test in there. Yeah. Yes, let's just try it out. I'm going to do public queue of Hive Onslaught. Hive Onslaught Elite public queue for anyone that wants to join. Let's just give this a go and see how it does. I'm going to go for some extra survivability here. So harmonic. And that took me right out of the damn queue. There we go. My ISC is on cooldown still. So after this, I'll do another infected. Yeah, I'm usually going to be testing stuff at like best case scenario. Yeah. Oh yeah, I am. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I was still on Commando Secondary, just to get rid of Entropic. A pug? Am I mad? I know. Crazy. Yeah, based on what I've seen so far, I probably wouldn't recommend you spend 20, 25 bucks on this. Like, I don't think it's worth 25 bucks. But, you know, if you're looking to speed up your event campaign, you're going to do that anyways, so. Oh yeah, did I lower my power levels? I'll check here. You got a Harmony. Don't forget to shower after the pug. Oh no.
Warning, ship is under attack.
I admire your strength, your will. With us, you could do so much more.
Not laggy at all? I mean, this hasn't been too bad.
Your efforts are futile. Destroy this vessel, and I will claim another.
Okay, please tell me it went off there. Um, yeah, I'm not seeing it. Let me. Let me go look at the combat log again. Yeah, there's no. There was no proc in that queue. How did the torpedo do? Did I remember to fire the torpedo? There it is, 33.7k. I don't really run torps that often, so I don't know if that was like, I mean, that, that's not Maelstrom level. That's clearly a lot less than if I'd had another energy weapon on. If I just had another dual heavy cannon on, I would have, or dual cannon, I would have had another like 15 to 20k DPS. Yeah, we'll try it out in some more stuff. When's the dev stream? In 35 minutes. Yeah, precedent with these campaign event rewards has been a count unlock gear targeted towards lower/mid-range players. So far, this stuff fits that, yeah. I guess I just need to keep doing some TFOs until I get it to go. So, anything good coming up on the dev stream? We're getting our first teaser for the 16th anniversary bundle. Yeah, and also an introduction to the new community manager. Do or remain Klingon? Master Chief, I've already done my daily. Oh, nice. Beazle, congrats. Congrats. Didn't the Radiogenic do something similar to this? I don't remember. Yeah, I guess let's do an infected. I'll do public queue infected. The reality is, I know I do a lot of solo infecteds, but something some people may not realize is that will allow for higher performance with a high performance build right now. Basically, going into a public queue infected will generally result in lower DPS. Arrow, no. No, I'm not seeing that at all. Terabyte, how's it going? Will Spencer be mysteriously AFK when they reveal the new CM? Oh no. I'm stealing your deep shot. Jackman, glad dealt. Yeah. These aren't on the same level as the Terran. If that's what you were hoping for, it's not. Like I said, I would not be spending 20, 25 bucks on this. Unless you really want the event campaign progress.
Warning, ship is under attack.
Scanning the nanite transformer. Got it. Additional data is available.
to break right and be different.
The Netite probes can repair the transformers. Stop them. A probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it.
See it? CSV misfire. Okay, look at the numbers. Photon torpedo. Apparently I got a high yield at some point from a CF. I mean, the photon did a little bit better there than the hive, but I still would have been much better off with another cannon. Yeah, I mean, I'm not impressed with the torpedo at all. Like, it just isn't really doing anything for me. Let's see here. Did I... again, I'm still at a count of 13 of the procs. I'm still at 13 after that run. Let's do some more content. Is there a set bonus? No. I'm just in that position where it's sort of a first world problem where I just kill things too damn fast. Like, I'm killing things before the weapon has a chance to really do its proc. Moksh, thank you for the sub over on Twitch. Greatly appreciate that. Terabyte, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Sorry I missed those notifications. Yeah, thank you. Thank you both for that. The teaser is at 1 p.m. Chicago. Yeah, it is currently 12:30 Central Time, and their stream starts in 30 minutes. So... yeah. Just killing the enemies too fast for this. Yeah, the bonus damage of the torpedo is at high hull. Yeah. So I'd be better off if I had the, if I still had the Tetrion cannon on instead. I think I'd be doing better than the Torp. I think the cannon has potential if you are able to get the proc off, but right now I just am not sure I want to do that over like a spiral wave, which I guess I can do both at the same time here just to show. Let's toss the spiral wave dual cannon back on. Damage 3 spiral. Get the batteries back on. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do a Kittimer. Kittimer Vortex Elite. There's a ton of enemies in there, so let's see if I can get the proc to go off. Is there a stream on Twitch? Yes. Yeah, there's a legendary Temporal NX. Yes, the Columbia. I think it is the Columbia or something. Okay, there's the pop. They will fire in the order that you have auto fire set. While we're waiting for this, I'm going to go to the BRB screen for just a moment and get this window closed. It's getting a bit too chilly in here. Yeah, I was looking to recast. Or like restream it, yeah. Where is it? Stream old. There we go.
There are 2 active orb transwarp conduits in this system, along with a
After this TFO, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. It's getting a little bit cold in here. Orange chicken run midstream. Oh no. Does it make sense to mount them later to maximize potential of them hitting when hull is lower? I mean, the only worry then is like, is it go? Are your other weapons taking the target out before they can? I'm testing one of the weapons right now. Yeah, I got one of them on right this second.
Your defensive capabilities are unable to withstand us. Lower your shields and await assimilation.
They're headed for the Tide protection. Stop them!
You will be assimilated.
More probes are approaching the Tide protectors.
Something did a nice chunk of damage there. I think I got a proc off on that cube.
We are the Borg.
Okay. Now we're on to Denatra.
We're picking up some strange readings.
Where did she go?
Forward. Your culture will adapt to service ours.
Okay, she just died while under a cloak still there. Okay.
The scimitar has been destroyed.
Let's take a look. I'm pretty sure I had it procced off, so I had 13 in the combat log before that, and no. I mean, unless it's a different name. I could have sworn I saw like a big hit on one of the cubes there at least. No. But I mean, look at the difference between that dual heavy disruptor cannon and then my spiral wave. And that spiral wave was slotted after it, so it had less power. Yeah. So that's unfortunate. I was sort of hoping that that I would see these things, maybe at least give the spiral waves a run, for just the one disruptor cannon I have on, but I'm just not seeing it. There's a lot of variance in these runs, so I need to do more testing here, but I'm not seeing it do enough damage. The proc was what was going to make up that difference, and I'm just not seeing it. Just not seeing the proc enough with how I'm playing. Yeah. Yeah. I've been was hoping for that to do a little bit better, but it is what it is. How did Captain Rams do on that one? We were probably far apart, but got your Maelstrom there. Prototype Hex is up top. The Pav and Omni proc up top. But I got you at 237. Yeah, I think at a more beginner level, you'd probably see a bit more from the proc, but I'm just killing things too damn fast here. Why is it so hard to find an active fleet to learn and wing up? Most people tend to treat this game as like a single player experience. Truthfully, it's really hard. Like, you can be in a fleet that has quite a few people on at the same time. I've got 7 people on in my fleet right now. None of us are talking to each other. None. Like, everyone's just off doing their own thing. That's what you're gonna find with most fleets in the game is, you'll have fleets that are like fully developed. Every last thing with them is done, has been done for years, but everyone's just got their own things to do and they're off doing them. They don't really see too many people teaming up nowadays for that sort of stuff. That's because they are all in your Twitch chat. I mean, sometimes, yeah. Let's see, how many are on TBC Fed? That's on my KDF fleet, so let's see Fed. The Fed fleet's the same way. How many are on Fed right now? 11. And there's a few of them that are in chat here, yeah. Like Captain Rams there. Is there like a mentor program? I mean, you might find some fleets that have some social activity. Priority 1 was mentioned there by Captain Rams. If you look on the Stowe Discord, there's a few fleets, but yeah, it's fleets just are not the social hub you would think that they are in this game, really. How is the set? Spectre, honestly, I just really am not that impressed with it. I don't think I'll probably be running the set too much after today. Same with my fleet. I only talked to my fleet admiral in the first 2 weeks. Nobody else since, yeah. You might be able to find some fleets that are still relatively social. Someone said something in chat. Mesh. Yeah, you've got UFP. I know there's a bit of activity there. What is the proc chance? I can bring the tooltips back up here. I got so many windows open. Yes, minimize. There's the weapons. I'm gonna go BRB for a few minutes. Yeah, I'll be back in a few, but let me just turn webcam off and turn text on. BRB. There we go. Okay, I'll be back in a few. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Sorry, I grabbed a sandwich while I was up. Gibbs. Okay, let's catch up on chat here. Like TBC, super casual. Yeah, I know Tribbles. I just couldn't think. Like, I sometimes just remembering the names can be difficult. Bort said bundle stats stream next week. Today is purely ship art. Okay. I didn't have any orange chicken. I just had a grilled cheese and ham sandwich. TBC is the most casual, filled with tryhards fleet. You're not wrong. Really not wrong. Okay, so here's the plan for this live reaction. I'm going to raid out on the Twitch side to the Cryptic channel when they go live, and then the reaction will be on YouTube. I don't want to pull viewers from them on Twitch, especially because on Twitch, they'll probably be giving some items. Like, so if they continue with what they've been doing, we might see some giveaways for those active in their Twitch chat. So I'll do the reactions on YouTube and then leave the Twitch side over to them. Rubica, thank you for the Prime. Greatly appreciated. The stream starts in 10 minutes. So we can do another TFO here. No, we got another 10 minutes till I raid out on Twitch, and then I'll be on YouTube. I'll continue this stream will continue just purely on YouTube at that point. And then shortly afterwards, I'll probably wrap the stream up after their stream, after I've done the live reaction, and just try to compile things for a news video. Yeah. Okay, so we should have time to get like another TFO or two in. Do I have my speech prepared? Yeah. Mesh? Yep, as soon as they go live, I'll go over there. But let's do... We'll have Hive in 2 minutes. Let's get a cure in the meantime. Cure found elite public queue. The game is lagging really bad for you. The new Dune 3 trailer is out. Nice, I'll have to watch that later. I really enjoyed Dune 1 and 2. I saw the main actor, I forget his name. He's getting a bunch of flack for saying something about, what was it, opera and ballet or something recently. Yeah, the new community manager will be revealed in about 8.5 minutes. Yeah, Timothy Chalamet, yeah. We'll do a cure and then a hive, and then I'll raid out on Twitch to the Cryptic stream. And then we can continue on the YouTube side. Now we just wait for it to load. Did I see the beautiful DLSS 5? I did. I did see the AI slot filter that they had running on a second 5090. That was something all right. I hear art people are very pleased with it. I think I saw Thomas even put out a blue post thing or a blue sky thing, you know, saying it's yeah, pretty rough. Like it's overriding the art direction of the game with just this AI slop stuff to make the game look super realistic. Like all the characters got like a TikTok or Snapchat filter applied to them. I'm gonna go left. A little bit of lag here. Ooh. What? Oh boy. Oh no. We getting the peak snow experience right now. This is rough. Favorite Star Trek character? No actor or politics? I mean, Cisco, you know. Cisco is always just a really interesting character.
Integrity below 75%. Target shields have failed. 4 shields failing.
That was rough. We got a really, really bad server there. Jeez. That was one of the worst runs in a couple days. Yeah. Like that hive earlier was like practically smooth, and then this. Oh, that was rough. The Forge? I mean, Janeway's good too. But Cisco, yeah, I mean, you know, just some of the moments there on DS9, like with Q there, yeah, just great. Okay, Hive Onslaught, this will be the final TFO. That was an instant pop. I'm slightly concerned. I meant to hit a different console there. Harmonic. Yeah, I think DS9 for me, like I like TNG, Voyager, DS9. Like they're all really good in their own ways, but DS9, it was nice to see, you Starfleet pushed to the limit, like under such immense pressure, needing to adapt. Just the long-term plot there was good. There's Captain Sisko, and then there's the Sisko, yes. Oh, the Cryptic stream's already live. I got an ad break. Let's blitz through this. Who do we have? Okay, we will hopefully blitz through this here. What hit me there? Torp spread caught me. Damn. Isles O'Brien even got a statue? Yeah. Need this over so we can get the raid out. Get the raid going on Twitch. /raid Cryptic Studios. Okay, raid's going out for Cryptic. We'll continue the stream over on the YouTube, but I'll be doing the live react. So, if you guys want to see the live reaction, I'll do it on YouTube, but I'm going to raid out on Twitch. So, let's go watch them because they're going to be showing off some of the 16th anniversary bundle stuff alongside revealing the next community manager. So there is the raid. Now let's stop the Twitch output. There we go. Yeah, they haven't actually started yet. So let me see. Was there any... No. Let's just open this. Do I have any additional critical punctures? None. I didn't get any more procs from the cannon at all. That's really disappointing. Okay, let's leave this map. Can you guys hear them fine? Any side effects of the new bug fixes? Not that I've heard yet. Okay. Make myself small over in the corner over here. Can't believe they finally fixed the Maelstrom. Do you hear the music from their stream? I'm gonna close Stowe entirely for right now. Dave? I've got this as loud as it'll go. Which is hopefully loud enough for all of you. I know. Can be.
I'm back. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another 10 Forward Weekly. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mikey Vadum, also known as Ambassador Kale, and what is that? I am, once again, your community manager. It is really great to be back, folks. I am really, really excited to be here, and really, really excited to get to hang out with you all again. I really miss doing this, and I really miss being a part of this community. So I am very, very happy to be back, and I am excited to see you all again. Even the guy that Scorp just banned. I wanted to quickly say before I get started, first things first, Counselor Suna is an incredible community manager, and she has left me gigantic shoes to fill, and I will be filling them as best I can. There's a lot of things that she did while I was gone that were absolutely brilliant that I will be continuing. And if there's things that she did that while I was gone that I don't know about, please remind me of them, and we'll start doing them. The other thing I was going to say is I know that there's a couple of people out there who are freaking out right now because we had some sort of interaction in the past. I would love it if this could be a clean slate between us. But you're not here for me. So let me take you to what you are actually here for. Enjoy.
In 2063, Zephram Cochrane broke the light-speed barrier, ushering in a new era of human history. It was an era of exploration, an era of conflict, but ultimately, an era of hope. As we celebrate over 250 years of the United Federation of Planets, the Aethan Prime Fleet Museum is proud to welcome 4 new starships to our Birth of the Federation exhibition. These 22nd century starships conquered the frontier, defended Earth, and established a new interstellar nation. They are the Vulcan Surak-class science destroyer, the human NP-class escort, the Andorian Kumari-class battlecruiser, and the human Envy-class multi-mission cruiser. Join us as we examine the legacy of each of these incredible machines and the part they played in the earliest days of Federation history.
That was good.
And I forgot to give you guys
2 non-fed ships. An Andorian one and that Vulcan one.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
And we're back. So that was a little bit of a teaser. There is a much, much longer trailer coming with all kinds of details on this ship, and you guys will see that next week. I've seen a brief look at it. It's really, really brilliant. Thomas and the team over at Arc Video and a bunch of other lovely people worked extremely hard on it, and it's going to be a bunch of great detail. But today, we're not here to show you the trailer. We're here to talk about some starships that are in the bundle. And so I am joined by Keen, or Pundus as you may know them. Say hi.
Hello.
And by Jamie, or Scorpion as you may know them.
Hey, chap. Hi.
I love your VTubers so much. It's so good. We are also joined by Ramon. Say hi, Ramon.
Hello, everybody.
And, I guess we're joined by Thomas.
No Gibbs.
I'm
Hey, guys.
kidding. I love you, man. I'm sorry.
That's how I feel too. Don't worry about it.
No. All right. Well, folks, we're here to talk about what we just announced. It is the 16th anniversary bundle. It is themed around Enterprise. It's got
Yeah, this is a
4
new
brilliant
Andorian ship.
ships that we've shown you so far. And I want to talk a little bit about what the philosophy was, Thomas. Why this year for finally getting some more Enterprise content in the game? What was the choice for theme here?
Yeah, so there are a couple things going on. And I just want to do an audio check. Everybody okay? Hear me okay? Sound good? Yep. I
Seems it.
think we're good.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Sorry,
Okay,
I thought you were
awesome.
asking chat, not me. Sorry. Yes, I can
Well,
hear you.
yeah. I was also asking chat, so I was just sort of
Okay.
waiting. Okay, sorry for the delay, everybody. All right, let's get into it. So this year is the 60th anniversary of the Star Trek franchise as a whole, right? And so we're really leaning into that this year. We want to celebrate kind of the breadth of Star Trek, from the original series all the way up through Starfleet Academy, and so we're going to be hitting every era of Star Trek as we go this year in a lot of different ways. I think it's going to be really fun. And the one of the ways we're doing that is basically by doing releases of canon starships throughout the year in different ways. Some will be in lock boxes or promo packs or whatever, but also through our C-store bundles. And we're starting with our anniversary bundle at Star Trek Enterprise at kind of the the very beginning chronologically of the franchise, right? Enterprise is sort of the earliest show historically where things take place, and it was honestly a really good opportunity for us because there are these 4 ships, the Surak, we're calling it the NP. That's canonically, it never really got a name. Egomos called it the Warp Delta, but we're calling it the NP class.
I'm going to mute him for a moment just to respond. Quantum Nova, when I had Thomas on for the interview about a month and a half ago, remember there was that really large, like, Cavort or whatever Klingon bird of prey that came up in the conversation. So, I talked about non-KDF ships in there, and I do think even though there's a big Federation focus this year, that there's still going to be some non-Fed ships showing up.
So it's also a great way for us to celebrate the kind of the Enterprise era show. That was Enterprise was sort of the last Star Trek show that was on broadcast television. It was definitely an end of an era, and had a lot of cool things about it going for it. So I'm happy to bring these ships to Stowe, and it was a joy to bring them to life, and I hope people are excited to get their hands on them.
So, what was the thought process? I know you said, sort of said, the reasoning for each of these ships, but what was the thought process for why we picked all 4 of these? And if you think somebody else should answer this, feel free to throw it to them. But
yeah, I'll throw that to Keen, because we talked a lot about, we have these meetings where we talk about what ships we're going to do, and when we looked at the ships from Enterprise that we didn't have, both Keen and Jamie are big Enterprise fans. So Keen, I'm gonna toss that one over to you.
I mean, for me, part of playing Star Trek Online is like the fantasy of living out Star Trek. So when it came to Enterprise era ships, the game itself was pretty lacking in terms of the canonical ships from Enterprise. We basically had the NX and the Kir, and that was about it. So there were like pretty, I wouldn't say iconic, but pretty notable Starfleet ships that appeared. Like, they were background ships, yes, but they were also the Starfleet ships of the time. So that's why ships like the NP and NV were, I would say, shoo-ins for the bundle. And, part of the whole theme of Enterprise is how Starfleet, how the Federation began. So having ships from the other factions that formed Starfleet, that is the Andorians and the Vulcans, it just made sense, I think.
heck yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, you were going to say something, Thomas, and I heck
Yeah.
all over you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think it was and it was sort of a no-brainer in terms of we never had the canon Kumari in the game. We never
Mhm.
added that to the game, right? And so that was, to me, that was where honestly I started and wanted to make sure, hey, we need to get this thing in the game to round out the Andorian ships we have. And then from there it was taking a look at, okay, well, what other Enterprise era ships don't we have? And yeah, so this is the list we settled on for this bundle.
Nice. All right. Well, I think it's probably time to let them stop foaming at the mouth and show off some of these starships. So let me switch over here.
Yes, Stuka.
Now, hooray! I have to show you all the icons I made for my stream deck for official STO streams. They're very fun.
Nice.
But we're gonna start here by the Surok Intel Science Destroyer. Now we're not talking stats today. That's going to be next week, so stay tuned for next
Intel
week,
Science
where we'll go over
Destroyer.
the stats of all of these ships. But we are going to talk about the art. And this one, the cannon ship. Let's see. The cannon ship was modeled by Tobias. So I'm going to let whoever wants to jump on and talk about the cannon ship go for it. And if nobody says, I'll assign somebody.
Well, I put in the game, so I think I can
There
go
you
for
go,
it
Pundus.
unless you
All right,
want
do
to,
it.
Thomas.
Yeah, go
All
for it.
right, so this is the canonical Surok class. It's from Star Trek Enterprise, of course, and it was designed by Doug Drexler. It is, based on, like, he designed it based on, like, the previous Vulcan ships we had seen, like the Taplana Hearth and the T'Pau. And so it was modeled for the game by Tobias Richter, and I put it in the engine. So
Yeah,
it's yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Well, there's a little pause there. I just wanted to break in. One of the things that was a big inspiration for Drexler was the ring ship Enterprise by Matt Jeffries, right? One of the early pieces of concept art for the Enterprise had a big ring like this, and I think Drexler took that as inspiration for the Vulcan ships too. So anyway, I'll pass it back to you.
Is
But I
that
just
sorry?
wanted
Is
to
that the
call that out.
TOS Enterprise that had the early concept?
Yeah,
early
yeah.
concept art? Oh.
Just to break in here again, I'm not really surprised that this is a science ship of some sort, even though, combat cruiser is what it, was in the show. It doesn't surprise me just because it seems, Vulcan is always just associated so much with science that, yeah. Well, this is Intel. They already said it's Intel.
New model created by Pierre Drolet, which was an updated version of it. That version coincidentally happened to be one that Tobias had reference for, and so that's the version that we have in game. It's has the more brown color tones compared to the red, and it had more time spent on it because the hectics of TV production back in the day. So it was slightly more detailed, and that's the version we have in the game.
Okay, I'm hearing that my mic is too quiet, so I'm gonna try and turn that up. So what's the Pundus? What's this is the a Canon Vulcan ship. We've never had it in the game. What's the most exciting thing about this ship for you?
I would say just that it's a Canon Vulcan ship that we haven't had before in the game. Like, the Vulcans are one of the founding members of the Federation, and I think it's really cool that we finally have the Surok in the game.
That's awesome. All right. Well, y'all know it can't be a 16th anniversary bundle or any anniversary bundle if we don't have special skins for all of these ships. So now I'm going to pull up a piece of concept art that I was sent, and we can talk a little bit about the process of putting that together. Jamie, I think this is your concept art that I'm putting on screen here.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about the skin and what it's called and what the design process was like.
So this was a weird ship. I think I want to start off just talking a bit about the design approach here. So what we wanted to do was we wanted to come up with a ship, an alien ship, and see what it looked like in Federation livery, and like see what an alien ship would look like in if it was a Starfleet ship, right? That was kind of the start of this. And so, we kind of hope that this is going to be something that, for captains that like to just fly Federation ships and wouldn't usually think about something like this, that this is going to be for you, right? This is like, oh, you can play a Federation ship that is weird but is still very clearly Federation.
Talk me through a
So-
little bit about the concept designs. You're seeing here. We're seeing a bunch of different shapes and things that you were working on. What was the thought
Yeah.
process through that?
So when you go and zoom in on the top left,
Yes, I can do that.
so the Suratcast is really like sleek shape. It's very kind of nautical looking, right? If you just look at the silhouette. So I really wanted to lean into that. I had this really strong idea that what I wanted this to be was kind of feel a bit like a kind of cruise ship in space, right? Still kind of military, still kind of utilitarian, but also having those very strong streak lines that you see in ships and stuff. So yeah, we started off just kind of playing with what we wanted the silhouette to look like. And we kind of, we tried a few things that were a bit more bulky. We tried a few things that were a bit weird. One of the things that we kind of threw at the wall straight away was, what if this ship was sort of the same era as the jellyfish from the Kelvin ships, right? So one of the things that Phil and Thomas were very keen on, Phil D is the art director who joined us from Decca. So one of the things they were very keen on is, what if we have this like kind of central spherical section that you see on the jellyfish? And initially I was kind of like, no, I want my sleek ship. But one of the things that I think it was Thomas or Phil said was that ships like this need to be like kind of 15% weird. And yeah,
It's not just ships like this. It's not just, it's every ship. Every character design, every ship design, everything when you're making something that you want people to remember and
Yes,
love,
Daniel.
they always have to, it's like the Mona Lisa smile, the tilting Tower of Pisa, Venus de Milo without her arms, right? Those are the things that give those those classical historic pieces of art, that weirdness is what.
Yeah, so if you have the coupon from the recent giveaway, that would work on any of these ships right away day one. For the restricted event campaign coupons, there's a chance that they might mess up and have it where you can do it on like day one, but usually they quickly shut that down if they do that. So yeah, I'd say check, but we'll see. I think the design of this is interesting. It sort of gives me some like Mass Effect vibes, like Normandy. So not, it's a little bit different, but it just sort of gives that vibe a little bit.
3D space, and that's where we kind of settled on the idea of having these kind of very Art Deco swept back kind of Concorde style wings, which kind of really sort of brought the design together and made it feel like it kind of brought in those ties to like really classic sci-fi, right? Like one of the things that you referenced, Thomas, when we were working on it is the Pan Am ship from 2001: Space Odyssey, and it just kind of brings in more of that really classic sci-fi feel, and that's something we try to do a lot working on Stowe is, how do we make classic sci-fi feel modern? That's something we try and do on every ship that we make, so that was kind of our way of bringing it in here. And then from that we decided which one we liked and moved on to the final design, which was this. This was a pretty detailed ship to work on. I really wanted to have a load of little greebles and really functional looking stuff to kind of inform that, yes, it's a very sleek, very kind of yacht or kind of cruise ship looking thing, but it's got all of these little greebles on that kind of imply that it's still, pseudo military vessel, right? It still has weapons, it still has, tech and sensors on board. And yeah, that's what we ended up with.
All right. Well, before I click this button to make this image go away and show you all the real ship in the game, I just want you to know, I can see Pundus' screen right now, and when they switched to this design in the ship tailor, you may have heard me audibly gasp, and I'll show you why right now. Holy crap, look at that thing. That's incredible. JB, this is so good.
Yeah, Science Destroyer.
Yeah. Well, I can only take half the credit of it because this was modeled by Ramon. If you want to take over and talk about the kind of bringing it to life and all that kind of stuff.
Please,
Okay.
please do.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, this is like a super cool ship. Like when I got the the information that I was going to do this ship, I got super excited. I really like this type of alien ships that get like a Starfleet version. It's always like super fun to do, and you get to play with a lot of shapes that sometimes you can do in the usual Star Trek Starfleet ships. And yeah, it was awesome to meet. Also, Jamie did amazing 3D files for the vlogout, so it was a very nice start. And yeah, I think this design is super cool, and it feels super sleek and cool and fast. And yeah, it's really cool. Also, one thing that I really enjoy doing was like this set of windows that we have at the front of the ship, uh, that kind of looks like a skyscraper.
Oh yeah.
That was very fun also. Yeah, we like we didn't know too much how to do them, so I ended up like just modeling them, and I think it looks really nice when you get the correct light like hitting it, and when you are flying around, it just looks like super cool.
It looks like such.
It looks cool.
Like somebody in chat was saying, it looks kind of like an ocean liner or something. It looks like such a luxury
Yeah.
ship at the same time as looking like
Yeah.
a freaking battle cruiser. So I know 3D modeling, and this is for either one of you guys who wants to jump on this. 3D modeling is very much all about putting blocks together, kind of like very tiny Legos. How is it making a ship that's this like curved? Like there's so many, there's the big ball, there's the sweeping front and back, there's the ring. What's that process like in 3D modeling?
Yeah, in this case, I have to say I took a lot of things from Jamie's model, and from that, what I saw from the original one is that most of these
Yeah.
shapes are used from more like basic shapes, and for example, the sphere, and then from that you start subtracting with other shapes, and you get a lot of cool stuff with that. You can see, for example, the wings kind of have the curvature of the sphere that it's inside, but bigger. And with that, you can get, with booleans and all of that, you can get a lot of cool shapes. And then from
Yeah,
that,
so
you start polishing and getting more details and all of that.
so for the non-artists in the in the audience, when Ramon talks about booleans, what he's
Yeah.
talking about is how two shapes intersect. So booleans, basically you take like a cube and another cube or a sphere, and the computer can
Yeah, so just to oh, there's Vandy's.
operations, like
Yep.
you can do an additive boolean where the sphere and the cube become one big shape, or you can do a subtractive boolean where you take a sphere shaped chunk out of the cube, or you can do an intersection boolean where you only have the
Well, Tom's just talking about that. I think this ship looks cool. I'm curious to see the full stats on it. So it's a science destroyer intel primary. The ideal secondary would of course be temporal, but they're not going to do that on, they're not going to do the intel temp combo on every ship. So they said we're going to learn the stats on the stream next Tuesday. So we'll see. Does Spencer stream keep buffering? I don't see any drop frames. I'm only running at 10 meg right now, so it shouldn't be that bad. Yeah, but as a science destroyer, that means you can swap it between like a commander, psi, and TAC. Cross between a Ryza ship and Vulcan. It's interesting. I think the kit bash potential with this ship too will be interesting.
Had several aneurysms.
we I do want to talk a bit about some of the extra. There's an extra visual variant for this that I'm actually really excited about that I asked.
Sweet.
I think Keen, you made it, right?
I think Ramon did
mean-
it, but I taught
yeah.
him how to.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, for this ship, and also for the Kumari, since they have Federation versions of it, we thought of making also another template inside of the costume.
God.
Yeah, this one, where you get kind of a more Vulcan
Command,
feel,
I
but
think.
with the same shapes as on
Yeah, it
the
looks like
Federation
Command.
one. And yeah, for example, this one doesn't have decals and other Federation liveries, and it's super cool, and this material looks great on it.
Yeah, I didn't want anybody to complain about having a 25th century Vulcan ship, but having to use Starfleet graphics on it, right? So we wanted to make sure that that if you really like the look of this, but you wanted to role play as like a pure Vulcan character and a pure Vulcan ship, that you had that option.
Yeah, so Commander out the
This
just
is the
disappeared.
non-Federation, or sorry, the non-Starfleet version of the ship, and I think it turned out really cool as well.
Commander Intel, Lieutenant Commander Command.
Somebody was saying it looks
Definitely.
like a Ferrari. Yeah, absolutely, but cooler.
Lieutenant
love
Commander
the
Inch.
Vulcan red. That's so good.
Yeah, and we have a couple different Vulcan materials,
Was
right,
that
that people
four?
can
Yeah.
Oh, that was
select from.
3.
Yep.
Yeah, and all the Federation ones. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. That's gorgeous. Well, speaking of different materials, we're going to switch to talking about the next ship in the line. Next ship of the line, which is going to be the NP Miracle Worker Light Export.
No, that's
So while
Lieutenant
we're
Commander
switching
Inch.
ships, I'm just going to pull up. Pundus was nice enough to send me a very nice high-res image of what this ship will look like in all the different vanity shields. And so I am just going to scroll through that quickly so you all can get a close-up look. And oh my god, the Cation Claws looks really good on this.
Yeah, Lieutenant Commander Inch on a side ship is
Can I say
is
one
rough.
last thing about the
Please.
With no
ship?
specialization on it. Yeah.
Yeah. This is kind of an Easter egg, something like that. Is that for the Zurok class, depending on what template you use on the tailor, you can change the color of the trails. So the normal color is red and blue, but if you pick the Vulcan version of the Sonak, you will get all blue trails. So if you use like some material that only has like blue lights, that will look better. And yeah, I will talk later about it with the Kumari, but it's happening the same.
Heck yeah. Oh man.
I want to. Oh, Thomas, you go.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to state really, eagle-eared viewers might have noticed. I don't know if we actually said the name of that variant. We're calling it the Sonak, the visual variant.
Yeah.
That's named after the Vulcan that died on the Enterprise in Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
Oh.
So just a little
Yeah,
bit of trivia for
Intel
people.
Command
That's dope. Love it.
is what it looked like. Yeah.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll also say one last thing about the ship, like Ramon did. So I did 3 of the skins, 2 of which are still upcoming. Each of them has something a little bit special to me. So the thing that's special to me about this one is that before I got hired to work on Stowe, I was designing Star Trek inspired ships for doing private commissions. And this is actually one that I was just working on privately. I already had an idea for like, what if a Vulcan ship, but like Starfleet in the far future. So it was really fun getting to revisit that after 2 or so years of doing it professionally and doing it for Stowe. So yeah, it's just a really cool opportunity for me on this one.
Everybody
Awesome.
starts doing fan work and then starts doing their fan work professionally. It's great.
Yeah.
Well, it's not an accident that happens, right? Because
Yeah.
to be good at anything and to be hired at something, you have to be good, right? And so to get good, you have to do it.
They
And
showed it
so,
while
like,
moving around
anybody
on
who
the ship.
wants to kind of work in a field they're passionate about, you kind of have to do it for free for a while to get to the point where you're skilled enough that people will hire you.
But
yeah,
on that
that's-
subject, don't let people take advantage of you.
There's the warp delta.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's a little,
Yeah,
it's
you're
a
not.
little
You're not
above
doing
what
work
we
for
call it.
other people. Right. You're not doing work for other people for free. You're doing work for yourself. Right.
Yes.
Like you're doing the work that you want to do for yourself. But anyway.
I mean, in saying that, that's how you kind of got into Cryptic as well, right? You were doing the UI art for fun, think for the old
Well, I got
skills
paid. I
on
mean, like when they so I pitched some stuff, yeah, but then I did when they put it in the game, they actually did pay me.
yeah.
So there's that at least.
All right, Pundits, was this another intake of yours, or did somebody else do this one? I know this
Yep.
is another Tobias model. All right,
This
then
this is another Tobias Richter model.
Then-
Originally designed by John Eves for Star Trek Enterprise, this was intended to be one of the earlier Starfleet ships that wasn't quite Warp 5, and it appeared, I think, in the season 2 finale, rescuing the Enterprise from the Klingons.
I think I saw a documentary about that recently.
This was this was based on the ship that appears in the intro of Enterprise, just jazzed up a bit with more modern technology. That was how the design was both rationalized in universe and concepted by John Eves. This was, as I said, modeled by Tobias Richter, and I put it in the game.
From the back, it looks absolutely like from the front it looks
yeah.
good, but from the back it looks absolutely gorgeous. Oh my god!
Yeah, I really like how all this the greebles.
Yeah.
Yep.
Excellent greebling.
It looks neat
all around.
Yeah, so we're calling this the NP and NP class just really for conceptual symmetry with the NX and later the NV. And so the if you look this up in sort of what Memory Alpha, I think it's called the Warp Delta. And then Egomos used that name as well. And then I believe that other places you might, like the Modiphius Utopia Planitia book, you might see it called the Ganges. And so there was a lot of back and forth about what to call this stuff, at least in my head. But I really, since we already had the NX in the game and it was already called NX Escort, refit or whatever, I wanted those ships of that era to all hang together in a naming convention. So that's why we decided not to use Ganges for this or Intrepid for the other ship. We just wanted to stick to those N blank names.
And so I'm guessing there is a some sort of deep historical military tradition that inspired, the P and the V in
Eric Serum
lineup of names.
Well, so NP isn't canon.
Right.
I saw.
I'm asking you.
I think
you came up with it.
Right. Well, I didn't. So I saw some artwork of this ship that used the NP registry. I was like, oh, that's good as anything else. So for that, NV on the Intrepid, that is canon.
Oh, okay.
That you do see that on the, as far as I remember, right, Keen? Like NV 01 is on the Intrepid.
In beta canon. In canon, they didn't put a registry on it when it appeared in the episode Twilight.
Okay.
It was just blank. But yeah, it's apocryphal, but commonly accepted that NV is the registry.
All right. Yeah. So, I mean, I sort of see it as a NP could stand for patrol. So like patrol, and then V could be, I don't know, something else. I'll have to think about that one to retcon it, but
this ship was named because it was no problem. All right. So Pundis, you got to get your hands the most on the ample nacelles of this model. Is there anything cool or surprising or interesting that you want to show us on her?
One thing about the NP is that we have an additional customization option where it removes the name and registry on the hull and on the nacelle of the ship, so it matches the on-screen appearance, which had no name or registry.
Jeremy in the chat over there just said this is a Miracle Worker Light Escort, also known as a Fed Raider. So traditionally those have like either a 4-2 or 5-1 weapon setup, from what I recall. So we'll see how it goes.
No,
NV concept?
No, it should be Ortiz. I'm not sure actually. It might be called Warp Delta or something. It was.
Hold on, let me look at what I've got because I don't have one named that, but let me see what I've got. One sec.
It looks like Ramon uploaded it. It looks like it's
Oh, I see. I think I just named it the wrong thing. Yeah, that's it, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That looks cool.
I just said V instead of P.
All right. Yeah,
Not
I'll
going to be
talk
for
about this ship.
everyone,
So
but
this was the last ship that Hector did for us before he left. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I really miss Hector. I really miss working with him. He's an incredible artist, and he really helped um, define STO's ship style over the years. So so this ship is this is in the kind of bonus skin variant for the NP. I decided to name it after Hector, so we're calling this skin the Ortiz.
Hell yeah. That's great.
And yeah, and the concept here is really pretty simple. It's make a translate that ship design to a sovereign, the sovereign era, basically, kind of the Nemesis era. um, and as far as that choice, it just sort of seemed to fit the aesthetic. Like the sovereign has this really great like arrowhead shape on it. um, and I when we were already doing the 25th century skins for two of the other ships in the bundle, and so I wanted to change it up a bit, and for this ship, and then the next ship we're gonna, or the another alternate skin we'll look at later. And so I, instead of doing another Stowe era skin, I thought it'd be really cool to try a different sort of a slightly different aesthetic, and landed on the Sovereign. I think it's a really, it's a beloved aesthetic. I love fleshing out the different eras of Star Trek, in giving each era a little bit more,
indeed, Bridger.
a little bit like a bit bigger family, right? Like
Sovereign look
the idea is like you could
for
put
the
this
next.
ship next to the Sovereign class, and it's like, oh yeah, this is clearly a younger sibling, right, of the Sovereign. And that was really the goal for this design. You can see the the cells are very clearly Sovereign inspired. We've got the classic triangle escape pods, the little bridge. The role, I imagine it very similar. This is like a Coast Guard cutter. This is a patrol ship that is escorting freighters. It's looking around
Yeah, it's
Federation
cool.
space. Guarding trade routes.
Barefoot.
Doing kind of orbital support supply missions. Orbital safety, rescue, natural disaster stuff in system. It's a fast response ship. And that's a really, that kind of ship is really important for any civilization. You need people who can be on the scene really quickly, who are fast and maneuverable, able, first responders basically, and also able to protect shipping. Like commerce is a really important part of an interstellar civilization, and so you would have commerce protection ships that are really designed to make sure that nobody steals the lithium or antimatter or
I'm
whatever. All
gonna
those.
mute for a second again. We're not getting a Sovereign as part of this bundle. There's some Sovereign inspired designs, but if we get a new Sovereign this year, it'll be probably later on in the year. Yeah, I think this looks cool. There it is in game.
Oh my god, I love this too so much. Holy crap. So again, this is a Tobias Richter model. Pundus is taking us around it. Somebody was saying this looks like the like a ship that would dock with a Sovereign class. I honestly want to see a Sovereign class and like 6 of these flying around. That would be so cool. This is exactly my aesthetic, as many people know, but this is really, really pretty. Oh, it's got a shuttle bay on it? How big is this ship? Because in
I mean, it's small.
Yeah.
100 odd meters, 100 and something, I think.
Okay.
So it's a little smaller than the hull is a little smaller than the Defiant, but you can still stick you could probably are gonna need a shuttlecraft or a shuttle pod or something to do the kind of duties this thing would be expected to do.
Yeah. Jeremy mentioned this in chat, but I didn't, so just in case, this is a Miracle Worker Light Escort, or as Jeremy described it in chat, basically a Federation Raider. So again, we'll learn more about stats and stuff next week, but I just wanted to make sure you guys all knew that. And so has it got a giant engine on the back in addition to the Norton warp cells? Or the nacelles? Oh no, that's like a heat sink kind of thing. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And, standard impulse engines and such.
Very nice. Thomas, I think...
oh, go ahead.
I think how one of the things I might be misremembering here, but I think one of the things that Hector said when he was designing this is that he liked the idea that this like back section with the grill and the crystal thing. The idea is that that could be like removable and like modular, so you could like literally slot it out, pull out the warp core, put a new one in. I think I remember that. I might be misremembering, but yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a very like enterprise era idea too, right? Because that's one of the things that Doug Drexler, why the warp core like section is kind of isolated from the rest of the ship, and or that symmetrical warp field governor thing, right? It's meant to be very easy to kind of repair and access.
That's awesome. I was giggling internally, Thomas, when you were talking about the role that this ship was playing, because Thomas and I have both been listening to an audio drama by
this isn't the place to put your request in for stuff like that. But I think that'd be nice, but I just don't think you're going to see any major buffs to the lifetime like that over there. It's almost like a Resolute shuttle bay. A solve with 2 of these as wingmen is a great idea. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd like to see the wingman mechanic used a bit more. Like, either this or some Defiant wingmen, alongside some Fed ships. That'd be cool. If you could customize, too. Imagine if the wingmen were just something you could slot on a ship. That'd be interesting. Honestly, neat little ship. Stats aside, another great job from the art team. Yeah. And just backtracking on some of the comments I've seen in here, like I know that there's some with, some feelings about the new CM, but just, this isn't the place to be coming in and, trashing him or anything like that. So, whoa, what did I just see there? We need to backtrack that for a moment. Did I just see a lieutenant command? Oh, let's go live. I did not see a lieutenant command there. There's lots of customization options. Why is that a lieutenant command? Commander, Merrick Worker, Lieutenant Command? Why would it just be a lieutenant? Lieutenant Command's like practically worthless. That's disappointing. They're showing the customization options for this ship so far. You see a Lieutenant Command right there. Why? That's disappointing. That is an oof right there. Unmute this.
Yeah, that's right.
Good job, nerds. I'm glad you're here.
Uh-huh.
I love that tiny cockpit too. I'm gonna have to, when I fly this ship, I'm gonna have to find a suitably small cockpit interior to, cram in there, make it feel like a submarine. All right.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, the scale is always fun with Star Trek ships, because it's like we think, oh, it's such a small ship. It's only 100 meters long. That's still like 300 feet. Like that thing is, you like, put that. That's a whole football field basically you're looking at here.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's
Commander, Merrick Worker, Lieutenant Command.
It's very small, but it's very big. But it's also very small. This is actually, I don't know if you knew this, Thomas. Canonically, this is a single man fighter for just me. Just so you know.
Okay.
That is not true.
Good to know.
In chat, if anybody takes that true. Making things up again, Kale. All right. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Is there anything else you want us to know about this guy?
This Commander Tack.
Anybody want to jump in before we move on to our next one?
No, I think we're good.
All right. I'm going to pull up the Vanity Shield art so you guys can take a look at that. Just a moment. Oh, right. Pundus, you're so organized. You sent me this in, like a bunch of different folders.
I think it's a Commander Universal. Okay, I think it's because it's a Commander Universal with Merrick Worker. Yeah, Commander Universal with Miracle Worker.
That's a comfortable silence.
Lieutenant Commander Universal, Lieutenant Commander TAC,
Yep.
Lieutenant Inge with Command, and
No,
then
just,
Ensign Science.
We got a great crowd in chat. It's a pretty big stream today. That's really exciting.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody for showing up. We're really
Oh, man,
pumped to
there's
share this stuff with you
600
guys.
of you. Wow.
Holy crap! Wow, that's
I shouldn't be
that
allowed to
might
speak
be-
in front of 600 people.
that might be a record. Actually, at least I don't know.
Really?
I don't know.
Wow.
I remember our highest being 500. But that's awesome. Welcome everybody. I am so glad that my first day back is when all of you are here. Well, my second day back, my first stream back. With the Vulcan Logicians vanity shield, the ship looks very much like an old He-Man toy that I can't remember the name of. But if anybody had that growing up, it was the like flying sled that He-Man had. Very similar shapes.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Also, I have to shout out to Okatrina, my fiance, in chat.
Oh, Duco, no
Shout out
Romulan
to
ships. 2 Fed,
Learning how to sew.
a Vulcan, and Andorian.
And by learning how to sew, I mean sitting here and thinking about learning how to sew. Ship of the Dead skin on this gives it a very interesting alien look. I'm trying to go through this fairly quickly, but I want you guys to be able to see. And then, of course, the Andorian blue.
Ranger, they did.
Is hooked on a feeling.
Commander Universal with Miracle Worker.
Right, yeah,
and
it's very much
Lieutenant
Milano from
Inge with Command. Lieutenant.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to print all of these ships and put them on my wall of ships, Thomas. You did this.
Oh, board
All
said
of
it's
you
Lieutenant
did this.
Commander. Did I miss that?
You don't have to print them, man. We sent you these ships for the trailer.
Oh, that's
You
right. I have.
them.
Well, yeah, but not your versions. I'm gonna have to print the new versions of them all. I have. Yeah. So for those of you who didn't know or who weren't watching my personal stream, for about a month, I've been
Okay, if
jokingly
it's Lieutenant
saying
Command,
that the anniversary bundle
Lieutenant
is sitting
Commander
on my
Command,
kitchen
that
table, and that's
saves it
because
quite a
the
bit.
anniversary bundle is sitting on my kitchen table for reasons that will become more clear when you see the full trailer next week. But yeah.
Yeah, and I'll vamp on that a little bit. We're calling it a trailer. It is just a full-fledged documentary.
Yeah.
Like it's 15
Mm.
minutes long.
It's on
It
the
is
official Discord. Okay.
in-universe, as if Ken Burns did a documentary about these ships. So I'm really pumped about it. I can't wait for you guys to see more. We all worked really hard on it, and I'm very, very proud of it.
And
yeah,
what you're seeing is the short version. Thomas has
Right.
plans.
yeah.
All right. Well, here we are with the Kumari Pilot Light Battle Cruiser.
Oh, this looks awesome.
I don't know that I've heard. I probably has happened before because we have every.
I like the
competition.
Andorian ships. People always want me to do it more.
Battle Cruiser before.
Hey, Ranger, pay attention.
But so this ship was once again modeled by Tobias Richter. So Pundus, tell us about the process of importing this ship. And
Well,
what
actually, Ramon worked on this one.
Ramon,
Yeah.
tell us about this ship.
Yeah, but Kini, if you want to talk about any info on the lore or anything like that, you're free to.
Oh yeah. This was designed by John Eves for Star Trek Enterprise, and it is, I think, our first look at an Andorian ship in canon. So yeah, I don't have much info beyond that off the top of my head.
Yeah, no problem. And yeah, for the ship and the model, as you said, it was modeled by Tobias, and yeah, it turned out great. Like I really like this ship. All the details that it has, like at the front of, I don't know what should we call it, but the saucer or something like that, but it looks great. And also he did this material that is new and it's coming to the game, and then I work on making it ready for the engine working and all of that. And one of the things that was like very important, it's like all of these little details in geometry that Tobias made, is that they look like very cool when the material hits the light like correctly. And yeah, I'm really happy how it turned out.
You can't just fly through the ship, Pundits. Oh God! All those people. Oh my God! I love. We're talking
one
about
of the things I want to
Greeblies. I love
say.
the Greebling on this. Sorry, go ahead, Thomas.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the things I wanted to make especially clear, it just this does customize with the other Andorian escorts. This is
Yeah.
on the same. This is on the same skeleton.
Good.
So if you have the other Andorian escorts and you get this ship, you'll be able to use those pieces, those materials uh, on this ship and vice
No,
versa.
Steven.
Hell yeah.
To kind of add a little bit on that, we are also I've been watching the few bug report threads of the cannons not working on the Kimari. That
Yeah,
should
yeah.
be fixed as of today's patch.
I think it was fixed today.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that should work again for these.
Did y'all break
yeah.
it by making a new ship?
Kind of.
I think
It was semi broken. Then we
Mm.
fixed it, and then half the fix got released. So since it was half the fix, it kind of broke everything,
Yeah.
and then now everything is fixed.
Nice. Very nice. All right, I'm going to
Yeah.
put one of you on the spot. Obviously, this thing still has the warp nacelles on the side and the standard impulse engines. So, Star Trek lore, what is the big engine-looking thing on the back? If there isn't a canon answer, you must make one up.
I think I'm going by my many years of Star Trek and spaceship design experience. I think it's an engine, actually.
But what kind of engine, Scorp? What does it
I don't know.
do?
You make it up.
Well, I mean, one of the things I think you can it actually doesn't have to be an engine, right? It could be a
Logical.
radiator.
Yeah. Although it's got warp
It
trails
could be.
coming
I mean,
out
it
of
could
now,
be an
so-
engine. It could be yeah, like there's a lot of different things you can do, especially with a ship like this, small, powerful. We're calling it a battlecruiser, and we'll talk more about that next week. I don't think I'll be on the stream. I'm not planning on being in the stream next week because it's although I might get on for if we do the whole trailer next week, we'll see. But
Yeah, you'll
but
probably want to be on for that, yeah.
yeah, but in terms of it being a battle cruiser, that was something I begged Jeremy to do because canonically it is. I think they call it the Kamari
Yep.
class battle cruiser, right? And so we wanted to make sure the rest of the Andorian ships are escorts, and wanted to make sure that we had one Andorian ship in the game, and it was this one with this skin that was called a battle cruiser because that that is what it was at the time. It canonically.
It looks really
so,
good.
I just wanted to throw that out there. You'll learn more about what that means with Jeremy and the systems crew next week.
One of the things that I'm learning from listening to Sojourn, not that we're making this stream about Sojourn. Has anyone heard of Sojourn? Anyway, is that Navy ship class names, there's 10 billion of them and none of them make any sense.
Yep. Yeah. It's not super consistent.
No.
And different navies have different qualifications for what what is a frigate, what is a battle cruiser, what is a heavy cruiser, right? And things that sound cool like heavy cruiser versus cruiser, and a lot of those things when you learn why they exist, you're like, oh,
Yeah.
this was just basically to circumvent an arms treaty. So it's like you can only build so many ships with guns this size. And so okay, well, we're gonna build a ship with a gun like a half-inch smaller or something, and we'll call that a light cruiser, and it's like the same, It's like, yeah.
I'm sure there's a bunch of them too that are like named super much better cruiser just because some admiral.
I do like the visuals on this though. Like it, I believe people said the prior ones were not screen accurate, so the detail on this is really quite good. It's a battle cruiser. They said we haven't seen the stats yet, but I mean every other Andorian ship in the game has been pilot. So if a pilot battle cruiser maybe.
Ships that are called dreadnoughts.
Yep, exactly.
Incredible. Someone says Juggernaut without the array is called a tiny cruiser. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, well, let's take a look at the concept art here for the other skin of this. This is another Hector Ortiz original. If I had my way, I would fill my entire wall with Hector Ortiz original ship concept art because, my God, look at this. But Thomas, do you want to talk to us a little bit about Hector's design since you do it well?
Yeah. So I mean, the briefing was pretty similar to what we gave Jamie in terms of let's see what a 25th century Andorian ship that has been commissioned in Starfleet, what does that look like? And so this is an upgraded take on it. We're calling that Talus. That's the name
Yeah.
of this visual variant. That's named after the Andorian, I believe it was Shran's, I think it was actually his mate. But
It was
she
modern-
actually
died.
named after the first ship to circumnavigate the globe.
The modern skin on this, the concept art for it looks pretty cool also. And I'm guessing, is this like a consular trait effect here where it's got these launchers on the side that then go forward? Jeremy said in the Discord everything here should be commander of one specialization, lieutenant commander of the other, I believe. So looks like the White Star. We've got a few ships in stow that look like that.
That species. But as far as the ship, it's 100% Hector. It's super sleek. It carries that Andorian language, but you can see, the Starfleet cues start to seep in a little bit. You've got the decals, you've got the escape pods and the phasers. You'll see all of that in, when we switch over to the actual in-game art. Yeah, there's a bit of kind of the sleek like Kalian, I think, in this that Hector also designed. Like the deflector reminds me a lot of the Kalian, which was the Intel Vesta that we did a while back. Yeah, I'm just yeah, let's go ahead and flip over to the in-game ship.
Heck yeah. Here it
Ta-da.
is. So Ramon, this is your work.
That looks good.
Tell us about this
Yeah.
absolute beauty you've got here.
Wall is
Yeah,
opened
it
again.
was very exciting to make this ship. I remember I started working on this one before the Sonac. So for the people that remember me from other teams, I usually work on alien ships. So it was very cool to work on a Federation looking ship. And I started getting used to more of the Starfleet liveries and all of that. Yeah, it was very fun to do. I really like the shape in general. It feels like super fast and cool. I really love like the mission pods, and it just like super cool. And also one thing that I really like about not only this ship but this class in general is that you have like a lot of customization options, because this ship has like a lot of parts and also there are a lot of variants. So you really can get buys and get a lot of cool stuff. And yeah, it was very fun to do. Also, do you want Kim to show the Taylor?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's dive
Yeah.
on in.
Pilot command.
Hey, Alex. Been a
Yeah.
while.
5-3 pilot command.
Yeah, it has
Torp,
a lot of
Torp people
variations.
gonna be happy.
For this one, we also created an Andorian version for this Tala ship, which is this one.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks really nice. This is the material from the Kumari prototype. And also the cool thing about these new ships is that if you get them and you get the bundle, you will get also a lot of new materials that are from Federation. So you will have a lot of things to change and get back. And yeah, it's really cool. You can change it 1,000 different ways. There's one thing I really like on the advanced options, that for example, like the mission pods are kind of related to the aft hull. So you can choose whatever mission pod you want, and if you change the aft hull, you can change the location of it. So you can get a lot of cool stuff. You can get some mission pods like connected to the station and all of that. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can do. Also, you can do a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah, the Eagle
but,
finally
yeah.
has a competitor.
And
Raise your
yeah,
hand if you're
another
going to spend an hour and a half in the Taylor playing with this when you get it.
yeah. And if you find anything that's broken, let me know, because like there's a lot of things to
Yeah.
work on. Yeah, but another thing about this one is that, as I mentioned on the Sonak and Surok, that you can change the trails. If you go and select the Talas template, you will get all blue trails. We did that way to follow the concept art from Hector, where there's only 2 trails, but really there's like 4 trails, but 2 on top
Commander
of each
Inge
other,
with
you know?
pilot.
So with
Yeah,
that,
so look at the layout here. Yeah, Commander Inge with pilot. I didn't catch it in time. But yeah, there was Commander Inge with pilot, then there was Lieutenant Commander command, Lieutenant Commander TAC. Yeah.
a pink trail or purple. So it's really cool in this case.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
pretty.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, if you get very close and you are kind of tilting or something, you can kind of see like the combination of both colors.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but I always thought this was very cool, and I hope people like it.
Yeah, no, that's
love
awesome.
That is very, very cool. Yeah, just go hit random like 3 more times, Pundus, because that was
Yep,
that
of
was
course.
dope as hell. Just looking through all the. Oh wait, stop! Oh my
Oh.
god!
Hey, what's this?
Hey, what's that on the
Yeah.
front? I have no idea.
Show,
I've
show
never
the
heard of that
actual.
before.
Show the actual.
Let's have a look.
Template.
Oh my god, I love it.
So
Do you
this
wanna explain what
stalking
this is?
Macros template. You'll learn more about that next week.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
yeah, we're teasing this, but we're not telling you anymore until next week. So enjoy the beautiful
Ooh.
tease.
That's probably a bundle
And we're
exclusive
gonna be
skin or
putting that
something.
on a lot of ships. On a lot of versions of this ship. So pretty. All right. Well, this is gorgeous. Let's take a look at some vanity shields while we get set up for our final ship today. Maybe. Which is the NV multi-mission temporal cruiser. All right, and we can take a look at
Yeah, these are for the 16th anniversary.
the Chiral
Defiant
ship
knows,
with
yeah.
vanity shields here.
One more ship to go.
And so far, I'm
Is this
learning.
not right? This is the one of the old.
Yeah, that's
the
the
existing
old
ships.
Kumari. You're looking for the Kumari prototype.
Oh, okay. Hold on. My bad.
That's
The old
the
Kumari.
Chiral, which is one of the T5 Kumaris that you can customize with. Oh, hey, that's the.
It's fine. They know it's gonna be in the bundle, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've already seen it. It's not that big of a
Terrible
deal.
logical.
I was just sort of covering you. Let's see.
Jaden,
the
I've
old
got a
T5
prediction video from
Kumari,
like January.
I can't remember which one it was, but that was the first.
Jackman,
one of
probably
those
in
the
April.
First ships I ever like properly bought in game.
Oh,
So,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sorry,
Love the
Pundus,
Kumari ship.
you gave
Love
me
the Andorian ships.
You gave me all the Andorian ships in one folder. Which one is this called?
Sorry, Kumari prototype or prototype Kumari. I forgot which way around I named
prototype,
it.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. What I was going to say about the other ship, and it is still true here, is that I'm learning that every vanity shield looks good on this ship. The DS Niders gives me a big homeworld vibe.
This is a good looking ship.
All right, we'll go through this one quickly since the next ship is already up. Even though this is the ship I think I want to spend the most time on.
I want to throw in a thing here as well, which is one of the things I said earlier when we were looking at the Sirach is when we're doing these like kind of old alien fed skins for ships. I'm really curious to see, how much people like these because A, I really want to do more of them. B, if people like them and are on board with it, even though it's a bit weird, potentially it opens the door for us doing more like Klingon Romulan ships because I think it'd be awesome to do Federation Bird of Prey, for example, right?
Yes,
and,
please.
We hear people want more Klingon and Romulan ships, and if we can do that in a way that makes both sides of the coin happy, if we can do it and make Federation captains happy and people that want Klingon Romulans, then I see no reason we shouldn't do that. But we'll it kind of depends on if people like this and if there's an opportunity for us to do it in future. But that's I'm keeping my ear to the ground and I'm hoping that people like what we're doing with these.
And I will
Yeah,
report
this
back
is-
to you on that too.
This is something that actually when I started on Stowe, even when I was a UI artist, I sort of fantasized about when we started adding a lot more alien ships to the game, was like, oh, could we do could every ship have like a Starfleet and Klingon livery, like just out of the box, so that you could have the alien Ferengi Marauder, or the alien, the Jem'Hadar attack fighter, but then also get a version that used the Starfleet material but had registry name, registry number, pennants, Starfleet pennants, and all that stuff. And it's something I've always sort of like kept in the back of my head. Like, it'd be really cool to do that. It's just, it obviously adds time to those ships that right now we don't, really necessarily have or need to spend on them. Because it's a whole, it is like, I mean, Keen set it up, right? Like, it is um, uh, it's a whole other thing that we have to do, an extra layer of
They
work
want to
to
provide
add.
options that appeal
You
to
don't get that
everyone.
for free. You have to manually make those decals, and you have to make all the registry names and numbers work and all that stuff. So it does add time, but it would be cool to do more of this, if we can find that time.
Thomas, I don't know how to tell you this, but nobody can tell you no anymore. No, they absolutely can.
How do you
They
think?
absolutely
Well,
can.
there's one person that can tell me no.
Oh, thank
And,
you for that power,
yeah.
Thomas. I appreciate it. All right, so this is now our NV, and this is a NV multi-mission temporal cruiser. And Pundus, you didn't let Tobias have this one. You stole this from him, so you're gonna have to tell us about
Well,
it.
the Envy, the Intrepid, is probably my favorite of the Enterprise era ships, and I was fortunate that Thomas and Phil knew I liked it and let me have a go at it. And honestly, it's some of the proudest work that I've done. So, as with the Warp Delta and P, this was designed by John Eves and intended to be an earlier pre-Warp 5, Warp 2 era-ish Starfleet vessel. So the CGI model in Star Trek Enterprise was made by Pierre Drolet, and he sort of kitbashed it out of NX parts, but in this case, I decided to have a go at modeling it all myself to get, yeah. And as like a canon ship, this was a really fun task, and it's sort of, I would say, zen or relaxing because there's a lot of reference easily available for it, like on sites, like on fan sites like Portal Realms Archive, like they have all of a bunch of like screenshots of the CG model, references from Eagle Moss, all of that sort of thing, and it makes my job bringing it to life in the game really easy and honestly fun, trying to get it close or exact canon as I can.
Ship artists
Also,
sit
this
down
is,
playing their
um,
own
It'll turn out
contributions,
great, man.
name a more iconic combination.
Also, this is I think you and me, Pundus, we both
Yeah.
made 3D versions of the ship before we came to work on Stowe, right?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, I modeled this like a few years ago for a commission, before I got to work on Stowe. So yeah, this one is very cool to see in game for me as well.
That is,
Yeah, and this was such a satisfying task because like Thomas and Phil just let me have a go at it for like a couple of weeks, and when I came back, I only had one note from Thomas, and that was because I messed up the windows on the saucer room, and it's really nice to get almost no notes in a task.
that's how you know you did
No,
it.
you did
Yeah.
a great job on it.
If you
Yeah,
get
thank you.
if you don't
Yep.
get any notes, you've done something wrong. But if you get just the one, then you know you did it right. All right, so Pundus, Jamie, this is you guys' baby ship. What are the fins for? What do the fins do? I want to know.
Cool.
So I mean you can if we can assume there are maneuvering
Yes,
thrusters on
Kyle.
the fins, right? And so if you put maneuvering thrusters further out, that usually means that you need less energy to turn, right? Like it's leverage, right? So I think that's
Yeah.
something you could say. You could also make the argument that this is capable of landing, and those could be kind of to help descent control.
Atmospheric flight, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I designed the alternate skin for this with the idea that was like it could go and land on planet surfaces and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, if you look at the back, you can see like a couple different like big cargo bays that seems like it would be good for like unloading a lot of stuff really quickly. So I kind of saw this as a very logistics focused ship.
Yeah.
That was, instrumental in setting up early human colonies, of doing, logistic support for for Earth and Earth Starfleet during that era.
That's really cool
and so
detail.
for a ship like that, you definitely would want something that could theoretically land
The fourth.
and unload, big pieces of machinery. But you also want, yeah, we're kind of hidden by shadow, but there is a shuttle bay back there too. But you'd want a ship like that to be kind of decently ranged and armed, so it can kind of look after itself. This is like the age of sail, right? Like the Enterprise era ships are really analogous to like old frigates from the late 1700s, and how they're just kind of going over the horizon.
Yeah, terabyte.
And seeing what they can see, living off the land, learning about the universe.
There's so multi-mission command cruisers like this have one hangar bay. I mean, you might physically see more than one on the ship, but that's not uncommon. But there'll be just one hangar bay.
Pundits with how long it took to get this ship in the game. I think, in fact, they said it's been a long road.
Getting from there to here.
Yeah. It's been a long. Okay, we'll get sued.
We'll get get the little bouncy ball on the screen.
Yeah.
So we can sing along.
STO karaoke stream. That'd be great. We could sing that and the lyrics to the original theme, and I think that's it. All right. Well, I'm going to pull up the concept here on the.
I have one last thing to talk about.
Please.
So in all of the references that I got from both the show and from artist portfolios and Eagle Moss magazines, this area, the shuttle hangar bay area, was always obscured in shadow, and there weren't really any good images of it. So this is something that I had to sort of like come up with. And this is basically all entirely based on the NX class's shuttle bay. So all of these details are taken from that.
I really like how it looks like a loading dock, just like a loading dock on Earth.
Yep.
Just like, you can imagine someone's going
perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, here is the concept art for the modern skin of this. Let me know if you folks want me to zoom in over that.
Not quite modern.
Not quite modern. Sorry.
Yeah. So this is what we're calling the Interceptor class, which is a Lost Era variant of this ship. And the reason it's Lost Era, I don't know. I'm going to say it now. Maybe someone else wants to say this, but I want to say it. Is that this kit bashes with the Okinawa. So you already have, if you have the Okinawa, you have a TNP skin, a STO Era skin, and a TOS skin already. So this is like, rather than doing a STO Era skin for this,
Okinawa
we
kit
wanted
bashable.
to fill in the gaps, and we pretty much unilaterally decided that Lost Era would be the coolest one to go. So yeah, this is what we have.
On
we
the
call
off
it the
chance there's
Interceptor.
anybody in stream who is in chat who isn't as big of a Star Trek nerd as all of us, what is the Lost Era?
That's a good question. So Lost Era is the time frame that the Enterprise C is from. So it's between end of the motion picture and start of the Next Generation. So it's kind of a mix of Galaxy class, the Enterprise D, and of the Enterprise A from the motion picture, or I guess more a mix of Enterprise B, the Excelsior.
Nice.
So we, I think I named it. I think I was like, I want this to be called the Interceptor, and I got away with it. Yeah, so we called it the Interceptor pretty much based on vibes. I like that it felt very. It feels like a nice. It fits in with the Ambassador really well. It kind of sets the precedent that like maybe ships of the series were just named really descriptively. My headcanon for this ship.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of the Steam Runner also. But yeah, Okinawa kit bashable, that's good.
Which was the ship that, in our kind of headcanon destroyed the Enterprise C. And so Starfleet sort of said, well, we need a rapid deployment, fast kind of patrol boat. So kind of pivoting away from Thomas's headcanon that the Enterprise era was a kind of sort of you know, a bit of a multi-mission cruiser. This, I kind of went into the idea of it with that this was much more of like a patrol ship that would maybe, you know, be in service to like an ambassador class as a mothership, and it would, you know, patrol sections of kind of frontier space that were not immediately necessarily under Federation jurisdiction and stuff like that. This was a pretty fun one. The Intrepid is also my favorite ship of the era, so getting to design a kind of updated skin for it was very cool. When we do ships like this that are kind of very clearly meant to be of they're meant to be derived from another ship very obviously, like this is clearly meant to be derived from the Ambassador, from the Enterprise C. One of the challenges is how do we, you know, kind of make something kit-bashed without it feeling kit-bashed. This is a much smaller ship than the Ambassador, so we couldn't just downscale it. So a lot of my work here was making something that felt really faithful and like, you know, pretty much a sort of tweaked carbon copy, I like to think of it as. And working out how to change all of the aspects of the ship to make it feel, you know, smaller but still very recognizable. It's something E.C. Henry does really well. I looked a lot of his work on the Columbia, which is kind of, you know, mini TMP ship for the NX. So I looked a lot of his work for this. Yeah, I think I've run out of stuff to ramble about. If you want to show the model, this was modeled by Tobias Richter.
All right.
If you want to show, yeah.
Ta-da!
Woo!
Yeah, it turned out really nice.
God, that's cool.
If you can you show the underside, Pondus?
Yep.
Underside of the saucer. So front of the underside, there's this kind of cutout. I really like the idea that this would be like just a loading ramp. It's not anything high tech. It's literally just that's where they'd land and they'd, you know, drop cargo and stuff.
Xerox,
Yeah,
I'll be doing a
really
video
like
later
the
on.
idea of it being a very ship that could kind of do whatever, but could, you know, land on planets and stuff like that. Got to have the saucer airlocks as well. I think that's a really big part of the kind of NX era.
Scorp, where's
Yeah,
the
one of the interesting
deflector
things
at?
about
'Cause folks are asking in chat.
What?
Sorry, say that again, Mike.
Where's the deflector at? Because folks are asking in chat.
So yeah, so I think on the concept that phaser strip on the front, or is that no? That's not a phaser strip anymore, is it? Yeah, so that's what the deflector would be.
Nice.
Hidden deflector.
Nice.
Yeah.
Love it. Sorry, somebody was saying
and
something. Go ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, one of the interesting things about this design is I think it's kind of like half Probert ambassador, half Sternbach ambassador. Like I think you can kind of see the DNA of both those ships and how this turned out, which I think is really cool. It kind of it feels of that era, and it also gives it a bit of its own, you know, identity, right? It's not a kit bash; it is its own thing, but it is definitely a little brother, little sister to the ambassador, and I think you could fit it next to either one, and it would look good.
Or as Passionate Soul said in chat, when two ambassador classes love each other very much. All right, well, shall we pop into the Taylor and take a look at some of the variations and things we can do on this?
Some of the goofy
Yeah,
aspects.
so
this one.
like Scorp, when we knew that we were going to do the NV, Scorp said
4-4 does have
we
hangars.
should make a kit-bash for the Okinawa. And
Merc
I looked
Worker
at
secondary.
lengths of the ships, and I agreed, and Thomas agreed. And
So it had a lieutenant commander TAC Merc Worker for the secondary, and commander temporal.
Scott wanted me to do was that we have options for the pylons to have no wings for both the Interceptor and for the NV. You can have them wingless if you prefer.
Why you would
And this
prefer
is
that?
mainly
that's-
sort of kit bashing.
Yeah. And one of the things that you can also notice is that I have vanity options for both of the NV nacelles if you want to use them with vanity shields, so there's no animated Basard collector.
Nice. That's very fascinating, Pundus. Hit the randomize button. We
Of
want to
course.
see it. We all want to see the craziness. Whoa!
Yep.
Oh, that's
Whoa!
nice.
That's pretty cool, honestly.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
It paid off.
That's a
My
boat.
insane idea paid off.
Yeah, lots of options.
So, one of the things that I loved as a player was getting ships that you could make insane kit bashes with.
Yes.
So that's why I was really keen on doing this. Like some of them look goofy, but
that one's
like
nice.
some of them you can clip stuff together and it looks really cool. So yeah, I was very keen on getting this to kit bash. And if you make something ugly, that's your problem. That's not ours.
What the hell is that?
That's not our fault.
That's basically
Yeah.
a Klingon Federation ship right there.
Abomination.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, one of the things is that even though like the Okinawa and the NV are about the same length, the NV is a much denser ship in terms of like how thick the hull and the saucer are. So you end up with some pretty ridiculous kit bashes, which I think is awesome.
It's so cute. Oh.
Oh,
I
yeah,
love
the
I love
nacelles
all
are
of these
giant.
variants that we're getting where the nacelles are touching the saucer. There's no way that will go wrong.
But some of them are pretty cool. Like if
Yeah.
you just like pick out different pick out different nacelles to like balance the mass there, you could have a pretty sweet version of it.
Yeah, I'm like actually pretty much liking everything that's come up.
Going to get a Jaeger soon? Oh no.
So the Bussard collectors are inside the bridge. We're going to need to. That's awesome.
That's pretty cool.
All right.
So
wow.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
would need to own the
Yeah.
Okinawa, right, to access these parts.
Yeah.
I think you
Yep.
set it up that way, right?
Yeah, that's what he just said.
Yep.
So
So if you just get the NV, you can have the NV and Interceptor to customize with each other, but you need to own the Okinawa or the Timeless Legacy bundle to get those customization options as well.
right.
I'll have to look into that and see if I have those. Because Lord knows I'm getting this bundle. Cryptic gives me a paycheck.
That's
I
a-
immediately
that's just a
turn it around and
Y-wing.
put it in the game. Yeah. wait. Yeah, there we go. There's a Y-wing. Oh, it's gonna get blown up, everybody. That's what they do.
Darth.
Very cool.
They
All right.
I won't
they
get
will.
proud of this, but let me know when you're done.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna pull up the vanity shields.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
you know, I think that's the last thing for today, right? There's nothing else that we're showing, is there? That would be crazy if we were showing
well-
something else.
So actually, there is something else that we're gonna show.
Oh.
What?
So yeah, we are as with every bundle, we are adding in I saw somebody in chat call it a pot sweetener. So this is an account unlock of a lockbox promo or lobby store ship. So this bundle actually, I will say, has two of those. We're only going to talk about one today, but
you'll
I
find out
want
the next one
people
next week.
to. Yeah, you'll find out the next one next week. But the one that we're going to talk about today is, I think everybody saw this coming. We can't have an Enterprise era bundle and not give you the T6 NX, right? Like that, we have to do that. We're contractually obligated by me being a Star Trek fan.
I was gonna say,
to
it's
make
less
sure
con-
that if you buy this bundle,
it's less
if you buy
contractually
this bundle,
obligated
you
and more. We don't want to meet those pitchforks.
right. So this will be an account unlock for the T6 NX refit from the Lobby store.
Lobby
But we're
NX.
not just giving you that ship. We have a new visual variant that's bundle exclusive that we're very excited to share with you. So when we're ready, let's actually pull up the concept art first.
Yep.
That Jamie did.
You got it. I'm almost done with the vanity shields. Now that Pundus
Uh,
is
Thomas,
unlocked
Jeremy
everything-
asked something in chat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to? In
Let me see
Oh
if-
yeah, yeah. We should show that too. And
Okay,
actually,
I got it
let's
ready.
do it now. Yeah. So,
Okay.
and Mike, can you
Yep.
go back over to Punda's screen? So,
Absolutely.
people notice that this is a multi-mission cruiser, which of course means that
New
it
Enterprise
needs a
hangar
hangar
pets.
pet. And so we made one. This is
Oh, you should have. You
Yep.
should have led with this is the the ship that we're
Yeah.
heading. This is the
Oh, yeah.
This is the
Should've- oh, no, I
variant on
should've
the
done that.
Enterprise, everybody.
But yeah, so the NV multi-mission cruiser will have its own new Enterprise era hangar pet, the shuttle pod. This is not a squadron, I think. It's just the shuttle pod as a hangar pet. But I'm very pleased that we also finally have this in the game too. It's not a flyable shuttle. It is the hangar pet for the ship.
I am imagining
But I
Flight
think
of the Bumblebees playing every time
Right.
these launch.
Right.
And this was modeled by Tobias Richter for the game.
All right. Well, shall we show them the concept art of that NX class? Do we?
Yes,
do we want to show them that? Have they been good enough? No,
Yes,
okay,
please.
Here it is.
Awesome. So we're calling this the Drexler class in honor of course, Doug Drexler, who designed the original NX-01 Enterprise. And yeah, I will go.
The multi-mission, the most recent ship they looked at.
Yeah. Do you want to zoom in on the left one, Mike?
Absolutely.
So we started off not knowing what era we wanted to make this. We kind of tossed a few ideas around. We were thinking, I think the three ideas we were thinking were TOS, Stowe era, or Picard era. So we started off just, doing some very quick exploration on that. And we kind of liked all of them still at the end of the rough stages. We were like, we could kind of go anyway. So what I actually did for this one, if you go to the bottom middle, I did some slightly more detailed 3D blockouts than I would usually do, basically just trying all of them, doing a Picard era, a Stowe era, and a TOS option for all of them. And I think we had quite a lot of back and forth on this. I remember having long conversations with yourself, Thomas, and with Phil D about which of these to do. I think it came down to TOS or Picard, and we were thinking that TOS, as much as it's cool, as much as we really like it, feels a bit too similar to the original NX. Like it's there's not enough.
Well, and the Ranger, right? Like it's very
right.
It's pretty much just the Ranger. When you look at it.
So we kind of wanted to give something a little bit new and different. And in the end, we chose to do Picard, mainly, I think, because Drexler, has most recently done a bunch of work on Picard. And so this was the ship that I designed. It's got a whole bunch of references to Drexler's work and to the work on Picard. I've got a list. Let me read you my list. So,
looks really good.
Ad for it and everything.
I guess my VTuber does. That's true. That's what she's looking at. She's looking at the list of references. So Nacelles, very classic Sagan Connie 3, but also a little bit sort of streamlined. That was my own touch. Kind of gives them a bit of the Excelsior 2 in there as well, just to kind of smooth them down a little bit. The Saucer is very kind of Sagan class. It's very, that's pretty much exactly what I was looking at when I was doing the Saucer. The grill deflector is very Inquiry style.
Sagan.
And then it's kind of missing the Elios, I guess. But I also think the Elios is a bit more of an outlier in terms of Picard era Federation ships. But I also think that a lot of the kind of greebling around the hull and the kind of overall layout just feels very Elios to me anyway. So, this was a really fun one to work on. Like it's, who that likes Star Trek and likes spaceships is not going to jump at the chance to do a kind of successor to an Enterprise. Like this was awesome to work on. And it's got a little bit of a hint to the Ortiz as well. With that kind of grill on the backside as well. So yeah. Oh, and of course, originally we weren't going to do this with the secondary hull, but I ended up pushing for that quite hard because it turned out to be a really nice way of referencing the Dudestat as well. It's got that little kind of forwards and backwards facing. It's not a deflector on the Dudestat, but it's got the backwards and forwards glowy bits.
Very
And
important to Trek is the backwards and forwards glowy bits.
Exactly. What is it? So it's got a deflector on the Dudestat. I can't speak on the Dudestat, and it's got it's like a sensor array, I think, on the back.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks, Pundit. You're walking encyclopedia of Starship knowledge. Yeah. And then also really important to me on this was having the kind of drop base style launch bays as well, which you've got hidden behind force fields on this. Yeah. Do you want to show it in game?
Yes,
this
I
is
do.
modeled by Tobias Richter, I think. If in
Yep,
doubt, probably
it
Tobias
was.
Richter. Yeah.
That looks good.
Yeah.
And so the pod that Jamie mentioned is optional, so we can. I'm pretty sure, right? We built the version
Yep,
with
it's
and without.
optional.
So you
Yeah.
can, if you don't want it, you can swap it out. That was important to me because I wanted to make sure that there was a version that honored the original configuration of the Enterprise without the pod. The original version, the NX-01. Yeah, so this is kind of meant to be an homage to Doug Drexler. He's an icon in the franchise and the Starship design of it. So we really wanted to lean into that Picard style.
Yeah, it's got a lot of inspiration from some other designs, but also this is, yes, the Lobie NX is already in a Muds bundle. But if you get it through this bundle, you get this skin. So this skin is a bundle exclusive for the 16th anniversary bundle.
On it, and I think it'll fit right in to that era as well. So it kind of felt like doing this gets us kind of two eras for free.
Buy
and
one,
I'm
get
really
one.
pleased with how it turned out. Yeah.
Something else I saw someone mention in chat is that it is reminiscent of the Freedom class, the Franklin. Yeah, that's very intentional. I think it's pretty unlikely that we'll do a 25th century skin for that ship. So if you wanted to fly, something that looks like a 25th century Franklin or Freedom class, then yeah, this is for you as well.
Scorp, thank you so much for saying very unlikely, so that when we do a 25th century version of that ship in 6 years.
Well, I'll never say never. I can't never say never. That's not my job. But
yeah. All right. Well, Pundus, you know what you must do.
Yep.
Ooh.
Pull the lever, Crunk.
Wrong lever. It's funny going from a ship that had so many different shapes to one that has consistent shapes between the two different models, or 2 or 3 different models. Because it's like, oh, they all look good, and they all kind of look like the same ship, but slightly different. It's great.
Yeah, and somebody did ask, is this, if you have a legendary NX, can it use this skin? Yes, if this is on the same skeleton as that ship, so you can mix and match parts or use the Drexler preset with the legendary NX if you prefer to fly that version of the ship.
Very nice. Very, very cool.
And of course, by default, the Drexler has the Constitution 3 and Sagan style animated warp nacelles with the facades of the thingy with the spinnies inside and the warp grill. And as is the norm now, you can have a vanity option, so you can change the material or change it with a vanity shield.
That's so cool.
And some players on console may have noticed that this applies to the NX as well. So if I go here, there are vanity options for the NX and the NX refit nacelles.
Should probably rename. I don't know why it's called Utopia. I think it was maybe called Utopia because back when they introduced the NX to Stowe, there was a lot of what we call a lot of hand wringing about it being a 22nd century ship and how does that make sense in Stowe, and so they came up with the idea of, oh, it's a replica, it's using modern technology under the hood, right? Which that totally makes sense. I think even people who restore classic cars, there are some people who just sort of basically restore the body and put like a modern engine in it and modern radio and all that stuff. So, so I buy that, but I think that's maybe why they called it
Yeah, I
Utopia,
think
because
so.
they were, there was a reference to Utopia Phoenicia making this sort of replica starship. But it is
Apophis.
confusing, and we
Man.
should probably just fix it.
Yeah.
I think the ship
Uh,
on explaining why all these ships exist in the game.
Everyone's going after me for they keep pronouncing Sagan correctly. I'm sorry, Sagun. Gun. Okay, you happy?
So on the legendary NX, the Columbia, is that I also added the also now standard beta and gamma variants of the TMP era nacelles for those who want the glowy grills and the glowy facades.
Beautiful.
And you'll need the
Nice.
Columbia to use those.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. Well, folks, I'm going to give you a quick look at the vanity shields on this. But that is 100% of what we're going to talk about for the bundle today. If you have any questions for these fine gentlemen, remember they are ship artists and one executive producer, so you could ask Thomas any question you want, I guess. But as usual, as if you're never seen me do a stream before, the questions that are phrased blank when will be mocked and then ignored. And remember, if you're asking about stuff that might be coming, or when can we have this item or this thing, or even really when can you fix this bug, they're probably not going to be able to answer that on the stream unless they're really motivated to. And if you have a bug report, it's always better to post that on the official Discord, where way more eyes will get on it from the dev team. So if you got questions, throw away. Markter wants me to tell you guys a joke, and unfortunately, right before this stream started, I got a post from my Dad Jokes Facebook page and inflicted that upon all of these, fine artists and executive producers. So now you guys get it too. Did you hear about the man who invented the knock knock joke? He got the Nobel Prize. And that's the imagine if I just signed off after that. It's just like, yeah, you could have to ask
Dream
questions,
over.
and we're done.
We've actually got a better reaction the second time than it did.
No, the first time I think only Thomas heard it.
I heard it. I just.
Let's see. Oh God, chat going so fast. Trying to scroll up to read questions, and they're being torn away from me. Welcome back, karaoke stream. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, Slop, it is.
Where should I send?
We
my
got to see some of the
screenshots
stats
now. Straight up your wait. I can't say that on stream. Okay, let's see. Okay, so systems questions I'm going to save for next week. So like somebody was asking if a specific type of torpedo is in the bundle. We will cover that next week in the system stuff. So hold on there. Hail Mary class science ship when? Please. I think the answer to this is no, but I'm going to field it to Thomas anyway. A long time ago, we were working on a PlayStation 5 version of Star Trek Online. I think we were working on making it play better on PS5 than actually making like a brand new version. But is that something that's still in the works? Did we release that? I don't remember.
We did not release it. I actually don't know anything about that. So,
okay.
I don't know.
Have nothing to say about it.
Okay.
So, sorry.
Tarafu has a question that we're not going to answer your question, Tarafu, but it is going to lead to me talking about something else, which is they were asking about specific ships coming up. One of the things that I just saw, and it may change before it releases, but I was just shown the player-facing Star Trek Online roadmap we're going to be releasing at some point in the relatively near future. And there was a lot more detail about upcoming ships on that roadmap than I thought there would be, so I'm very excited to share that with you. Emma just wants to pass on thanks for making an Enterprise theme bundle.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're really pleased with how this one came together. The whole team's really proud of it, and
they've shown off all the
I'm really
ships.
stoked for you guys to see the rest of that quote unquote trailer. It's really cool.
So good.
it was a pleasure for us to work on as well. Like Enterprise was the show I grew up with, right? So like it's kind of it's cool and weird that I can come full circle and
Merc
try
Star,
and
not really.
give back a bit of how much enjoyment I got out of that show now doing it professionally. So yeah, it comes from very much the ship designs come from very much a place of love.
It's you could even say it's been a long road. Anyway, no,
I-
those
I-
jokes are not gonna those jokes are not gonna end, guys. They're gonna keep going throughout the entire release of this bundle and beyond. Somebody said, "Are we doing giveaways today?" Not today. I'm so sorry. I started work yesterday, and I've been running around setting up my computer to doing this stream, and I just did not have time to get that set up for today. Next week they will be back 100%. So sorry for the 1 week off from that. Now that I'm back, do you have to give back the gold Ferengi ship? Yes.
No, I say no.
Oh, okay. Well, Thomas can tell me no. Let's see. I guess we could say without being too specific. You sort of covered this at the beginning of the stream, Thomas, that we're kind of doing a year of all of the eras of Trek. So do we have more Enterprise era ships in the pipeline then?
I don't. Do we? I know we. I don't think so. We did the Orion Interceptor, right? So these actually weren't the first Enterprise era ships that we did this year. The Orion Enterprise was the first, and we had kind of planned that out. We just didn't tell you guys that's what we're doing yet when we released it. But I think this is it for Enterprise, and now we'll start moving on to some other shows. But Keen, if I'm wrong about that, you can let me know.
You're not wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, we can announce that we're adding an Enterprise voice actor, which is Porthos the dog. He'll be the star of the next event. I don't know if that dog is even still alive. I hope so. Okay. Questions coming in, flying by.
Seeing if there's anything else said here before I give some discussion.
Everyone's just responding to my Porthos joke. I'm so sorry. Looks like nothing's changed. Kale is still Kale. Nothing. Yeah, I will always be me. Let's see. Twite ablation. I'm not entirely sure I understand the question. If you could rephrase, that would be great. I'm so sorry about that. I posted a few. Oh, bless you, Bordicus. Unfortunately, by opening the Discord call, I'm going to lose all of you. But opening the chat, I'm going to.
Mia, how's it going?
Up, I think. Oh no, I'm not. Oh well, I kind of am. Okay. I only messed up Ramon's screen. Oh, and no, I messed up everything. Okay, let's look at these real quick. I did announce the bundle release date. I hope I was supposed to do that. Sorry.
I become pundits.
Trexpert wants to know: will the Surrock material be applicable to the Dakir and T'Pau?
Not right now, but we might add it later.
Okay.
We reserve the right to add it later.
Sounds good. Great, love it.
Good, Darth.
I just got an email, and everyone on stream heard it. Holomedicus wants to know: was a Tellarite ship discussed in coming up with this to complete the original 4-member quartet? Or were there just no more Tellarite ships to go on?
I think we have the only canon Tellarite ship, like capital ship in the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, it never came up. I mean, we've gotten a lot of requests to do more Vulcan ships. We've gotten requests for the Kamari. Those were specifically the two that I knew we had to do for this bundle. And then on top of that, I wanted the Intrepid. It was I think we really settled on this pretty quickly that it was going to be these 4 ships. The only one that we weren't really sure about was the Warp Delta, but I felt like it had a really cool retro silhouette.
Yeah.
And I wanted to fill that in, and I knew that we could make a really cool, like, modern variant of it as well. So that's kind of why we landed. Well, the other thing too, it's not just about. We'll talk more about the stats next week, but it's not just about the aesthetics, but also like we need a small ship that can go fast. We need a science ship. We need an engineering ship, right? So it's balancing all that stuff out too. And the warp delta was a great size for.
Okay. Yeah, there's a bit of negativity with that. I know not everyone's a fan, but just don't be too aggressive with stuff. And I'm getting messages here on the Discord. We'll probably go through, clear some stuff out there. I know everyone's got mixed opinions there, and I just ask don't like go crazy with this stuff. But let's get back onto the main topic here. They pretty much at this point that they're wrapping up. So I'm just gonna pause this, minimize it. I know that was not too much reacting there for a lot of that, but that's, it was art. But like going over the ships here based on what we saw so far. Yeah, personal attacks are not good. No personal attacks. No personal attacks. Yeah. But just going over the stats here, Crassel got them all posted over in the Discord. Let me just grab a picture here. So let's go like this. Okay. So let's just look at these here. Let me bring my camera back up over here. We'll learn more about the stats of these ships next week is what they announced, and I'm got some stuff I'm working on too that I can't talk about too much right now, but there will be a lot of info, coming on this stuff in the near future. But for the Science Destroyer, Commander Science with Intel, that Lieutenant Commander Engineer is the concern there. That is a little bit underwhelming for that. Let me just grab a red marker here. Like that is underwhelming for a science ship. The Intel Command, that's fine. I don't consider Intel Command to be like the like in that format to be the best specialization combo. I prefer to have the Command and Intel flipped around, but like that'll still be fine. And with it being a Science Destroyer, that means you can, well, I guess how's that going to work? Because isn't it the Science Destroyers you can swap the commander around? Yeah, I mean if this command was moved up to the engineer, this becomes a better ship. Like if then there's possibly some like some errors on their thing, their presentation today. But if that Lieutenant Commander Engineer just on its own just sucks. But if that command secondary is on the engineer, then that is better, because then the attack here should be an Intel also, and you can just swap between. Well, we'll see how it goes, or if you're swapping between Commander, Intel, and Command. But that Lieutenant Commander Engineer, like with almost any build type nowadays, just is really underwhelming. The Kamari, Command Eng Pilot, Lieutenant Commander Universal with Command, so that is an alternative now for the Eagle. Downside here is going to be you can't do a Gravwell. You're not going to have too much uncon support on this, but I mean that's just how the pilot command ships are. Even with the Eagle, there just isn't really that much room for uncon. I can tell you right now that the Terran Eagle will still be the top Torp platform, but that this is going to be a very good alternative for people. Unfortunately, there's other factors that go into making the Terran Eagle the Torp monster that it is, such as the enhanced battle cloak. So I mean, this is giving you more of the 5-3 setup is giving you a bit more room to focus on some mines. It'll be a really fun ship though, and you could. Well, you can't do suppression barrage if you were not doing this as Torps. If you're doing this as do, you can't do suppression barrage. So if you're not doing Torps, the command is basically going to be worthless. But that's still like this will be a competent little platform. You can turn it into something effective. The NP Light Escort Federator. I've talked about this before. I just think the Raider like ship class in general, like the ships that are the escorts that are losing a weapon for that Raider flanking, just I'm not a fan. I think they're behind. Like I think that is a ship class that is just at a disadvantage right now. The Commander Universal, that's cool, but then I believe there was a comment that this might have been a typo here, so I think it's sort of safe to assume that what they were showing stats-wise is probably not final for all of these, but the NP Light Escort, I'm not too impressed with what I saw there. Then there's the NV Multi-Mission Cruiser. Now, Commander Temp, Secondary Miracle Worker, after the Miracle Worker buffs last year, I think that's a little bit better than it was. What do I have that at here? Oh, why do I have that as A tier? I think that's probably like a B tier spec. I'm looking over at my specialization combo tier list. I apparently I've got Temp Miracle Worker in there as like A tier. That feels like that might have been an error. But it'll still be workable. The thing with Miracle Worker is they just really need to. They could make a Miracle Worker a lot more appealing if they brought the if they brought the cooldown of narrow sensor bands and mixed armaments down. If you could have those up like at 10 out of 15 seconds, that'd make that a lot better. Can still use target that explosion / reroute from life support to make the Kumari a Torp boat with Gravwell. Yeah. Until that interaction gets, hit. Uncon is a lockbox trait. It's also available on the player exchange. Yeah, it's personal space trait. Yeah, Darthon, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, Temp Miracle Worker, that is a stronger combo than, like, I would say it's. I feel like it depends on what playstyle you're going for. Yeah. The Lieutenant Commander Universal, that'll be a size. So you have Gravwell, Tractor Beam, Scramble, and Jam sensors. That's 4 uncons. You've got the temporal uncons there. Like, you can fit a timeline collapse 3 on this, so you can make it a pretty decent boat. I'd probably, I mean, honestly, like, when I set this up, I'll probably just ignore the Miracle Worker. 100, well, the price will be, like, at launch, probably around $130. So we know that it sounds like 6 ships in the bundle. There's the Surok, the Kamari, the NP, and the NV. Then there's the Lobi version of the NX, and then there's another ship on top of that. What do I think the last ship is going to be? I mean, I made a prediction. I put a prediction video out back in January where I called the Adolith as probably being a strong option. The thing with the Adolith is if they go that route, that's another Lobi ship. And that's got the Beam Overload extender trait. So, I mean, if they go that route, that's what I talked about back in the January video. Lobi deflation is real, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, so we'll find out next week what they did. I've got that prediction video out from like January that goes over that, so That would be my guess. But yeah. Like meta impact from these ships, the only one that I would say right now, I mean, it's going to depend a lot on the accessories, as it always does. But the only meta impactful ship right now is going to be the Kamari based on the stats of the ships. Like anything, if the Surok, if that is just an error there and that command's actually on the Inge, that greatly improves that ship. But yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm going to wrap things up, though, here. Again, I know people are not happy about some things, but please no personal attacks. We're going to go through, clear out the Discord. I got some messages. Looks like there was some people going a bit crazy with some stuff in the Discord, judging by some of these messages. So I will be taking a look there and just getting stuff cleaned up. Do I think the Lieutenant Command on the NP is an error? I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so. Yeah, the new part of the event campaign is active. At the start of this stream, I tested the items out. I wasn't really that impressed with them. Yeah, there's some good-looking models, though. Like the Surok, the Kamari. That's really... Both of those. The non-fed ships are the ones that, I like the unique alien designs. Okay. But yeah, I'm going to wrap things up here. Again, thank you to everyone for tuning in. Is the 5-3 battle cruiser superior to the Eagle? No. Because the Terran Eagle has the ability to take advantage of... oh, I hit the wrong thing there. Has the ability to take advantage of the enhanced battle cloak to use the legendary Talus trait. I had the wrong thing there. Okay. Yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. I'll do a video summarizing everything later today. But I'm going to step away from the computer for a little bit, just get some steps in. And yeah, this is a long stream. 4 hours and a lot of testing, a lot of watching, a lot of stuff going on. Okay. Thank you all for tuning in. I will see you guys around. The legendary Talus, it's got a trait on it where every time you go in and out of enhanced battle cloak, you get a high yield. So given that the Terran Eagle still has that enhanced battle cloak, like it's going to be at an advantage over a non-cloak option. Yeah. Okay. See you guys around.